What was?
Welcome in, everybody, for another Divergent Dice D&D evening. This time with the first stream of the new campaign. Oh, for fate's sake! Boy, yeah, that's gonna. You all know what we meant. So
I didn't.
okay, good, good. Wouldn't want that to be a problem for anyone. Okay, so with that said, why don't we go ahead and get a recap?
Love me. You
really
really love me.
Thank you, Ryan. Why don't we go ahead and get a recap underway? Apparently, we're doing team efforts now for recaps, I hear. So have at her, team.
Stuff happened. I atomized the goblin. The end.
Oh, yes. Excellent. Okay, so let's get going.
Yeah. I'll just yes. What with the yes.
We left camp, and then we headed to, or we saw a house with smoke, kind of in the distance. When we left camp, headed out again, and we decided to go check out said house. Nuke, Grizz. I think actually mostly everybody went into the house to check it out, except for Jinx, who spider formed and went off somewhere.
Baby speeder form.
Baby speeder. Nuke got bored because his fans weren't inside, so he just went back out on the porch and waited for us to be able to move on. What did we find there? I'm having a hard time remembering what we actually found in the house, though.
A lot of traps. Grizzle found every trap.
That's how Grizzle. That's how Grizzle detects traps.
Yeah, just found them all.
All of them.
I love that.
It was ransacked. That the insides were tossed outside. Yep. Jinx found a bunch of family members hiding behind the boulders. Then we tried to take them inside with no explanation. And then they were all afraid of Grizzle. And Grizzle explained that he is Paladin of Astari. And that was the undoing. Because then we found out...
was unhinged.
Because then we found out that his version of Astari was not their version of Astari. And then one of them had a book...
Let me just rephrase. Their version of Astari was not the real Astari. Their bullshit version, revisionist history bullshit.
I ordered Astari on Wish.com. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you totally did. Yeah.
Then we found out that one of them had a religious book.
It's an encyclopedia.
Yeah, about all of the gods and the history, religious history.
Religitania.
So we found out that none of the gods represent what we thought they represented, and are all mixed up. But we found out about the awakening. There was a time where there was pure chaos everywhere, and the gods were trying to figure out what they were responsible for. And there's just like lots of destruction until a seventh god figure emerged. Nahara? Yeah.
Nahira, it's like Nahil and Shatera?
Yes, very much.
Nahara?
Yeah.
Are you waiting for me to weigh in with the pronunciation?
Nahira.
This is great.
Nahara.
Nahara.
She brought balance to the chaos.
Yep, she brought balance.
She had tons of midi-chlorians.
And then we found out that Olden, who's their leader, aka Butters, used to be the mayor of Duskshore. Jinx renamed him. Okay, she didn't like
I
Olden.
remember.
Yeah. They all got ran out of town. Duskshore. Yeah. Then we decided that we were gonna go help them take care of their goblin problem.
What? Pardon?
Minus Grizzle.
Okay.
Up the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I turned into a wolf spider and carried Grizzle up the mountain.
I think Grizzle rode Jinx all the way up the mountain. He
Didn't
rode
you leave-
hard.
Didn't you leave a wild shape as collateral?
I did leave a pet behind Dame
What
Hootie
happened to the
Finch.
pet? Is it still there?
After an hour, it would be scared away.
Did you mention that to the children? Just out of
Nope.
curiosity.
I just made it very clear to them that here is my pet in exchange for me taking your Encyclopedia of
Yep.
Religious History book. Just don't scare her away. Dame Hootie Finch is a bit finicky.
Yes. And
Yeah.
a bit fucking gone at this stage.
Yeah, no kidding. Steals their book and blames it on them. Good job.
Yeah. Did you guys scare her off?
You
Yep.
idiots.
Yeah.
Yep.
You owe me a new bird.
Yeah. So we all made it up the mountain. It was sketchy at some points.
At
but
all,
Nuke-
all of
fine.
the points,
all
except
the
for
points.
Grizzle and Jinx. Yes.
at one point, Nuke was upside down.
Well, that's
there
because,
was-
like Grizzle had
Intentionally.
like a very special grip as he rode Jinx all the way up the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like 2 hands on the thorax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kept getting
You
stuck on
didn't
all
do
these
like the
weird
reverse
webs.
cowgirl so you could see down as they all struggled.
No, I didn't want to. No.
So there was webbing that
There was
helped
sticky
them
stuff
make it,
everywhere.
make it
Yep.
up to the top. And then
It's weird. The sticky
uh,
stuff
It was-
followed the
it was an
path that
exciting
Jinx
climb,
and Grizzle
there was
took.
sticky stuff.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, the sticky stuff just kept messing with Nuke. Otherwise, he would have been perfectly fine on his way up all on his own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was some bullshit.
And then we get to the top of the mountain. There's these like super giant stairs. And then we hear like 7 voices, goblins and hobgoblins. Don't worry, we kicked their butts. And the very
Yeah,
last
because-
one got like smoted real hard by Grizzle.
Smoted awfully hard.
Yeah. Like 3
Because didn't
times
they-
deaded smoted.
Yeah, like didn't the goblinoids take residence in the shrine or the temple we were heading to? Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, the Dreamers Temple.
Yeah, you tell yourself whatever you want. You just murdered a bunch of refugees. That's fine.
Incorrect.
Yeah, they were pillaging from the families because
Yeah.
they're like, well, we're not gonna do it.
Well, they didn't cut it,
Easier to take from them.
but they
Yeah.
didn't cut it as Broken Fang members. They
Yeah.
weren't bad enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just steal
Well-
from women and children.
Yep.
And they weren't
Yeah.
good enough for us not to kill them. So you know what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were in that
Better
gray
know.
area, right?
Yeah. And let's be honest, that goblin, I mean, he's around.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
That's where we left off
All right.
on the rise.
On the rise, indeed. Okay, so you guys have just finished combat with the goblinoids at the top of the rise. This last one fell by a spectacularly radiant blow from Grizzle.
I'd have phrased it differently, but sure.
As he was trying to surrender.
I think my favorite part was like watch you crit and then you crit, and it was like the best crit you could have crit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was super awesome.
Yeah. But yeah,
I passed sentence. Okay, I passed.
You
sentence.
did.
I was the judge, jury, and sexecutioner. So
all right.
It's a bad time to take a drink.
So
I'm okay.
what are you guys doing?
Rejoice.
I mean, can we take a look around? Can I check some of these bodies, like this guy specifically?
Looting. We are looting.
loot, 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 loot.
Maybe somebody with better investigation skills can help me look at some of these bodies.
I will guide whoever has the better investigation skill.
It's not Grizzle, I'll tell you that for free.
I'm okay. I'm at a +3.
That's better than a +1.
It's better than a +1.
My for some reason, the way I built my character versus the skills that I wanted were not in sync.
Tusker, could you just maybe like lift him and like shake him so everything falls out? Then we can
Yeah.
sift through it
Here, I'll
That
guide your
sounds-
hand and cast guidance on Tusker because I totally want
on his.
Oh dear.
That's romantic. Guiding his
No,
hand
no,
towards
you
the dead
gotta check
bodies.
this pocket over here.
Roll 1d4.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to
Yeah.
restart roll 20. Let's
All
rewind.
right. So, you guys kind of look over the bodies of these goblins. They don't have much. The weaponry and equipment they were wearing is like very basic, not even particularly well maintained. There's
Yeah,
you know,
basic.
couple, daggers, short sword, scimitar, some like you would think of them as like crude short bows. There are about 12 arrows between the goblins. Okay. Daddy's streaming. Go. No. Okay. Good night.
Yes, star.
Guest star. Yep. Stream bombed. Okay.
Cute
So
dream bomb.
the other thing you find is across all of them, you manage to shake out about 15 gold.
Ooh. 5
Uh,
ways, that's 3 gold each. Are there 5 of us? I think so.
Yeah. The last thing you do find, looking on one of the hobgoblin that it was beside Jinx, you find this strange, it's like a dull-looking sphere. It's perfectly round, smooth, but not like polished or anything. It has kind of just like a reddish color to it, like a ruddy brown.
Does it look magical?
And it looks like
or...
a ruddy brown sphere.
I can identify it if we need me to. It'll take me 10, 11 minutes.
Does my knowledge of history give me any insight into what this thing might be?
Roll me a history check.
On the flip side, does his knowledge of insight give him any history to what it might be?
I mean, I think with a 16, you're like, well, it's not, doesn't appear to be like a natural thing. It was probably constructed, but I mean, looking through the annals of history for brown sphere is, kind of like Googling, stuff. So there's not a
Okay,
lot of
but
like
does his insight
particularly
give him
pertinent
control?
Can I do an
references.
image search somehow?
Yeah.
Can he just
Would be
can he
learn-
find text?
Would be learn more about the brown sphere if we look through the annals of history?
Mm.
Yeah, it's it's definitely
That wasn't your best joke, man.
I got
So you know
I got
but it was a
my-
solid number 2.
There you go.
Made me feel great.
Yeah.
Did you guys? Did we actually share out that gold? I don't know why I would be asking that question in
Yes.
this party of upstanding citizens. But
So-
we did share
Three
that.
gold
this is the
apiece. 3
first
gold
third-
apiece.
the first gold we've shared so far.
Write it
That's what
down.
I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sure, 3 gold apiece. Gee, thanks.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a very significant difference in people's gold on hand by the end of this campaign.
Oh yeah. for
1000%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
super-
want me to identify this in 10 to 11ish minutes?
Sure. Super glad I picked
That's
a
probably
lawful
a wise
character for
thing.
this game.
I mean, if you guys really twist my arm, I can just identify it right now.
Yeah, do that.
Okay. I'll identify it.
Okay, just straight casting it then, right?
Yeah. Goodbye, spell slot.
Okay.
Look, Nuke, that's what Nuke wants.
Yeah.
There it
He
goes.
wants to know what it is right now.
He's not.
I mean, so does Jinx. She's a bit
Listen,
impatient.
Nuke plays 1D chess. He heard wait or do it now.
Yeah, exactly.
For Nuke, that's
Yeah.
that's fucking easy. Why would you
Right.
do it now?
And let's be honest, he only plays 1D chess because he thought the word was chest.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. You said it was like a dull brown orb or like gray?
Like a
Freddie
dull
Brown.
brown. Freddie Brown.
Okay. Oh boy. So much typing. Oh, for fate's sake. Can you type faster?
Can we tell whoever left this
Hey,
dull
hey.
brown orb behind what they were eating? Like, is there any wolf hair in it, or
Any kernels?
Is it like an owl pellet?
A petrified. Huh. It's a key. It feels like it has like similar magic to the little statues that we have.
that's the weirdest key I've ever seen?
Maybe we can look for a door.
Hopefully, it's not the back door.
So we're gonna look for a door?
Do we have to wait 12
On
minutes, or
there?
can we do it now?
Well, you can go now. I've already figured it out. It's a key.
Okay.
So we got to find some kind of door there that's got a circle. Is that what we're looking, or a sphere hole?
All I
Yeah.
see is stairs. Is there actually a building nearby?
It may not open easily though, so
So you got a sweet talk or something?
Don't you worry. I got the last door down.
Like looking around from the top of here, you see this like kind of plateau near the summit, and much of any like real structure has kind of like fallen and crumbled. It's a stretch to call this ruins even anymore. It's mostly just like crumbled rock. Looking kind of further down the opposite side of the, like, you guys basically sheared a cliff wall to get up here. Looking kind of down the other side away from the cliff that you guys made your ascent on, you see what looks to be almost like this very precise like channel kind of like carved down through the rock. It seems to have what looks like an easy descent down, and then you see, at least from here, this high up, looks like it stops. It's kind of like dead ends.
Like maybe it dead ends at like a door or something?
we can go check it out.
And just so that the description matches, like that kind of carved channel seems to be like very much passable.
Like, are we gonna walk through the channel, or are we gonna climb down into the channel?
Like into the mountain or like down the other side?
So
Yeah.
you guys are kind of like up on the plateau. Imagine
Yeah.
like someone just started digging like down, maybe like
Mm.
So they Minecrafted.
like a 30-degree angle almost like down into this.
Got it.
But it's probably, let me see how wide it would be.
So, anybody want to enter this cleft with me?
I'll go.
Yeah, it's probably like it starts out pretty narrow where it starts, and then it starts getting like wider as far as you can see. But like at its widest, it's probably like 250 feet or more.
And it looks like it was carved out. Wowzers.
Someone had some spare time.
What time of day is it now that we're up here?
You guys got to the base of the mountain in the morning. You guys didn't have much more than like a short rest while you guys were talking to the people that live there. Took you about an hour to ascend.
It's
At
like
least
lunchtime?
At least for Jinx and Grizzle, it took an hour.
Yeah, yeah, because
it took
Jinx and Grizzle had a short rest at the top.
Yeah, and you guys made it just as your wild shape was ending, like 5 minutes after.
Yeah.
Everyone else took like 2 or 3 hours to get up. So it's probably like by the time you finished your ascent, had the fight, did some checking around, probably like early to mid afternoon type deal, like 3 o'clock
Okay.
for the watch wearing crowd.
I mean, doesn't seem to be a whole lot of stuff up here, so maybe there's something down this crack.
It's everyone's passive perception.
I'm rocking the 10. My perception's pretty passive.
Oh, I got 11.
9
Clarification
here.
for me really quick though. When we short rest, I get back all wild shape uses?
Yes,
Oh, I
correct.
only gave myself back
and
one, so I should still have one?
and you can do a short
Oh.
rest while you're in a wild shape.
Oh, so I have both then.
Yep.
You
Because
always
of the
get both.
spider rest.
Yeah, you always get both. You complete every short rest or long rest and have 2.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, druids. So
That's
awesome.
really cool.
Mhm.
I was not giving myself enough credit for that. I thought it was just one.
Nope. Dos.
Okay, so I apologize. What was the question?
Passive
Passive
perceptions.
perceptions.
Oh,
Yours is
15.
what? Yours is 30.
14.
Fif-
9 or 8.
Yeah.
I think 15 is the highest, right? I think we've had
Mhm.
this conversation before. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll remember it eventually.
Yeah. Again, my skills don't line up with my.
Jinx, you kind of like just as you guys are talking about heading down into this kind of channel that leads down into this kind of canyon, you notice that there is like a scrawled kind of like hastily erected sign, like looks shitty. It looks like it's probably like a piece of like wood maybe stolen from like the house at the bottom of the hill,
Okay.
but it's got writing in it that I don't think you understand.
Celestial, common, draconic, druidic, giant, sylvan.
Goblin and orc, if that matters.
I mean, if Jinx points it out, boy, did you
Oh,
not
yeah.
notice it.
Good point. So I'm gonna
There's
head
a
to
sign.
Yeah, it's written in Goblin Grizzle.
the. Like,
I can't read it.
Like from God. On that. Yeah, just give me a sec.
I don't have the thing that tells me how to read other languages prepared today. So if you could assist me.
Sure. It's in Goblin.
Oh,
Handy dandy.
Yeah.
should have known.
Here you go, Grizzle.
It says don't go down. Last two got eaten. But I mean, I don't know. Like, if it were
Figured that was the intention, but
there was a bunch of guys there that from that group, they probably suck. I mean, myself, I like to eat when I go down, so
yep. Yep.
I think I'll be okay.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
We should give it a try. You know?
I think so.
What's the harm?
I think some guys are afraid of going down, is what I've heard, but it's actually pretty good.
Not this group though.
No,
is that right?
This group's pretty progressive. Yeah. Exactly. Let's just say if this group ran a fair, there would only be one ride, and it would be a mustache ride. So.
Hey, is anyone craving tacos?
Boy, let me just make sure we set this to fucking 18 plus.
What was it that Nuke said that one time? If not taco shaped.
Exactly.
All right. So you guys are starting the descent.
Yeah, because I mean,
Yep.
we don't respond to level gating.
Yep.
Nope.
That's
So
how I like to start off that move. Gonna start the descent.
what's the marching order?
I mean, Grizzle will try to go first, but
Oh no,
there's
Nuke's
Nuke in the
also gonna
group.
try to go first. Yeah.
Give
What-
up.
Grizzle
what we
will
have to-
acquiesce
what-
to Nuke. Yeah.
What do we have to roll to see who goes first?
No,
Oh.
Grizzle will let you go first. Like.
Oh
Grizzle will
yeah,
pop
okay.
in
so
there.
scared. We need someone big and strong who knows how to face things that are much bigger and scarier.
Oh no, Nuke, you're so brave. Will you
Oh
go
no,
first, please?
Nuke, you're so wonderful and powerful, and everything just knows you and just bows at your glory.
He's our
Please.
Can I
trailblazer.
make a
Thanks, guys.
Can I-
Show us how
can I
it's
make-
done.
Can I make a stealth check to like surreptitiously vomit in my helmet with no one seeing?
You fail. Okay, so Nuke's
Roasty,
first,
Can you stand
then-
back a little bit?
then Grizzle.
Oh.
Who's next?
Sure. Sorry, Nuke.
So Nuke, Grizzle,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll go.
Jinx.
Nuke that grizzle.
Over his rear.
Oh, Shizzle.
Kivosh
take up
bringing
the
up the
rear.
rear.
As it were.
You can't both take up the rear. That's not how rears work.
I don't know, man. I've
Yeah,
seen
well,
some movies where two dudes.
Only one person can take up the dull brown orb.
Right.
Right, so
Yeah.
Kivosh and Tuskar are both hanging back.
As it were.
All right, so you guys start climbing down, and it's an easy descent. It's not too steep. The ground is like not slick. It's not quite stairs, like carved in, but enough of like a grade that it's not problematic.
I don't need both hands free. Like everything's fine that way.
You're fine. As you continue this descent, you eventually come to the bottom of this kind of canyon floor. And can I get perception checks?
I mean, I can roll one.
There we go.
Oh, there's a map to go with the perception check. Oh, goody.
All right. So,
Why is he measuring?
Yeah,
Is
there
that
are
Yeah.
measure-
What's up with the measure?
Yeah, what's wrong with the? What's going on with the measure?
what do you guys see? I don't.
You see, like,
225 feet, 45 squares.
45 squares. Jinx.
Hey!
It's like you've
Did
drawn
you
a
need
line.
something?
Did it go away now?
Done now.
Yes.
Okay, that's weird. That was me measuring the width of this map to tell you how wide the chasm was.
Oh,
It just must have got stuck when I
right.
switched screens.
yeah. I'd
Um,
like an insight check on the DM.
Yeah. I mean, you can roll it. Also, fun fact, guys, there's now templates for measuring AoEs. Check in the measuring tool. New feature. Square, circle,
Everything
and
he
cone.
said checks out, dude.
Cool.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Jinx. And Nuke. Oh god.
Fuck.
Uh,
Everyone's AoE fucking bombing everybody now.
Nuke, you hear sounds like a bit of snoring almost. It's hard to
Uh-oh.
kind of make out, but it's seems
Uh-oh.
to be a little bit away. Jinx with a 20. You see two things. You pick up on a bit of that snoring, but additionally, over in this area behind that rock, you see a little tuft of fur sticking out one end, and what looks to be some body part sticking out the other side of a rock, and it's quite a big rock, probably 15-20 feet.
Maybe there's two different creatures that are really small.
Do you want me to go scope it out? I can be really sneaky.
Do you guys hear that? Is someone sleepy?
Yeah. It's the thing over there.
Hello?
No, shh.
Okay, Nuke, do me a favor and roll me a performance check. That's how we're gonna determine your volume today. Yeah,
Super good.
Nuke's real loud. So
Oh man.
carrying the
Can you
perception check through, Jinx, the body part side doesn't seem to move, and you don't and you still hear the snoring, but the tuft of fur is no longer visible, sticking out from behind the rock.
Okay. Shh.
What?
Do you want me to go see? Do you want me to go see what it is?
What it is.
I don't think you should go by yourself.
Oh, but
I'll go with you.
well, you're kind of loud.
Don't call me loud.
I'll be really sneaky and I'll come right back. I'll just take a peek.
Okay, let's go take a peek.
No,
And Nuke
I'll
just
go
starts-
alone.
Nuke just starts bum bum bum. He's gonna make a pretty good now, just pace. He's going to check it out now.
Okay. I guess we're gonna go check it out.
Yeah. I'll go check it out.
Hmm?
Okay.
I'm gonna sneak. If just in
Okay.
case it matters. Just in
Okay.
case it matters.
Go for it.
Yeah.
All right, so
Backup shots.
I'll let you guys go up to your movement for now.
What's the opposite of stealth? Is there anything I can roll to be loud?
You have done so. Your 18 performance is carrying you through.
Okay, sick.
Tusker and Kivosh, you guys be taking advantage of this movement or no?
They're like, fuck no.
Sure, I'll move up
I
Stay
had to
back
double
here.
check my movement.
10, 20, 30.
Okay. When you get to about there, you, especially you, Jinx, carrying your perception through, see that tuft of fur again, kind of like sticking out from behind the rock, and you hear a kind of like a low but pretty loud like growl, and like a few like quiet like yelps. You don't see a face or like a head to this thing, but it seems to be making those sounds towards something behind the rock. You can just kind of like see that tail again.
And is it coming from over here?
Oh, sorry, I should ping on the right layer. Here, yeah, like behind
Oh,
this
okay.
kind of large
Got it.
rock on the ground.
With the 16, would Nuke at least see it's the fur?
You would hear the sounds carrying yours through, but not like see anything.
Yeah. Hey, Grizzle, I think it might be your dog. Ogre!
Well, I mean, it would be great if it was, but I'm pretty surprised. I mean, he growls, but I don't know if he growls that loud. I mean, unless that's your stomach.
No. Actually, maybe. Didn't get tacos.
All right, so you guys, this kind of growling and these small like yelps keep like going, but nothing seems to be changing. If you guys want, you can use your movement again.
Do I smell anything suspicious?
Mm, give me a perception check.
Advantage.
Nothing suspicious. You definitely, I would say, get like smell of like dog, and like just like intense like body odor, like someone like hasn't bathed in decades.
Okay, is there carrion as well? Dead bodies?
Nope.
Odor? Okay.
No, just those two things
I,
that I mentioned.
May I pop Divine Sense?
Sure. No,
Pop Divine
no
Sense.
pings.
No pings. All right.
All right.
All right.
So
All right. All right.
the growling and the yips get a little bit more intense.
We're
still,
safe in here, guys.
still, kind of. Again, you don't really see anything beyond that. Like, thinks that little like tuft of fur, seemingly like kind of like, almost like jerking, like when a dog's like playing a tug of war with something. You see it like kind of like thrash.
I definitely think it's a creature of some kind. maybe a few? Or a few
And this
small
looks
ones?
like a cave.
It definitely looks like a kind of a recess into the end of the rock wall. That's where this dead ends. You can see stone just kind of behind that recess.
Well,
Oops.
if we're gonna see what's in that dark spot, we're gonna have to go around that rock.
Okay.
So you guys can have your movement again.
Maybe we should spread out or something. Or we could just walk straight up the middle. That's the other way we could do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Straight up the
Is
middle.
this question?
Mhm.
Can we not get a good bead on what's back there because it's behind a rock, or because they just can't see that far?
Behind a rock. It's like daylight. You guys can see fine. It's just behind the
Gotcha.
rock.
But we can hear like yipping and growling.
And at this point, you hear, I know Jinx, you said it. Languages for everyone who's not Jinx. 'Cause I know what Jinx said.
All the issues.
Okay, you're out.
I don't speak giant.
Orc,
Okay.
Elvish,
Yeah,
Common,
Orcish.
Loxodon. Is someone speaking Loxodon?
Nope.
I got
Orcish.
Orcish, Gnomish, Dwarvish.
And I got goblin.
Elvish, Primordial, and Sylvan.
Rubble.
Does anyone speak Yippee?
Yep. I mean, nope.
Appa? Yip yip.
Yep. Of course I do.
You hear that pretty clearly, Jinx.
Can we just pause for a second?
No.
Group team. So I know what's over there. Just want to be careful.
You want to be careful knowing what's over there?
Mm-hmm. I like my
Why-
body in one piece.
Why? What's
How can
over
we
there?
be careful? We don't know what's over there.
Well, I was gonna tell you if you'll give me a second to tell you.
Is it going to take 12 minutes or can you do it now?
No, I can do it now. Well, it'll take 12
Okay.
minutes if you don't let me do it now.
Fine.
Okay. So there's definitely something animal creature-y from the growling and the yipping, but there's also a giant who's trying to
giant
sleep.
what?
Just a giant. like the big creature giant, the big scary stomp each face V5 giant.
And while we're discussing
Go.
giants, this is like the edge of a cliff.
Yeah,
this is
it's
a
like-
walkway across an expanse.
Yeah, and it's weird. Like,
Okay.
you came down that descent, and it's been carved, but you don't see anything under there. It's just dark.
So, in my estimation, if Jinx decided that she wanted to use, be a spider, she could climb down here, climb across, and then climb back up here
Mm-hmm.
and see what's back there.
Yes.
Yep. That is something that you
Yeah.
could definitely conceptually think is possible.
Correct.
Okay, but maybe Jinx, maybe you can go take a look. Maybe
I
you
would
can
be
do
happy
some of that
to.
spider thing, because maybe if it's a door, maybe we got to get back there. But
Do you want-
I
Baby speeder or big speeder?
I'm thinking big speeder just in case
Oh.
you get into some troubles.
Yeah.
Also, baby speeder will take all day.
Yeah.
Again?
Okay.
Around while you guys are having this conversation, you see this big hand just kind of come up on top of the rock, and you see this big head come up with this like kind of like some type of cloth like wrapped across like its forehead, kind of like the top portion of its face across its eyes.
Actually, Jinx, how about not worry about it? How about,
So
how
all of you see this though, and
that's great.
there is no recollection as its face looks at you that it has seen you. Its eyes pass over, like its face passes over where you are, and there's no reaction. Not indifference, no reaction. Anyone with a
Nuke.
insight of higher than like 12, so if you have like a +2 to insight, you
Oh.
would recognize that you would say whatever this creature is has not seen you, and if you have an insight bonus of 4 or more, you would suspect that maybe this creature can't see.
I believe that creature is blind.
Be quiet.
Hey, baby, can you see us?
I'm gonna run over to here.
Where are we? How do we get out of here?
As stealthy as I can.
Same.
Okay.
What? Guys?
You guys see
Oh fuck!
this figure just like step up on top of the rock.
Super good.
All of your insights can see that this creature can definitely see. It looks.
I can't, because I'm hiding behind this rock.
I am also hiding behind whatever I can find.
This creature definitely looks in Nuke's direction for sure. And you hear this like booming voice. Easy boy. Jinx, you're the only one who's understanding this. Easy boy. Who's there? More of the goblins.
I'll respond. We're not goblins.
Hey, do you think the big one was the one yipping?
You speak giant? What are you? You sound too little.
I'm not a giant, but I know many. How else would I have learned?
Don't eat that one, boy.
I would
What?
appreciate it if you didn't eat my friends. We're just trying to pass through. Sorry to disturb your nap.
Pass through where?
Well, we're trying to get to whatever that stone wall is there. Behind you?
Mm-hmm. Why?
That's it. Well, we just want to see it. We can't see it from here, so we were curious. We wanted to see it closer.
I can't see it from here either.
Right? Intriguing.
My name is Nuke.
He's loud. I'm sorry.
I don't get this guy. What's his deal?
Why does he talk so funny?
He's a funny guy. He doesn't know
You
giant.
guys think they're talking about me? I bet you they're talking about me.
I don't trust you. How many are you?
5.
You hear like the warg like look up and give like a grunt in like
A
acknowledgement.
warg? What that happened? What is it like? Is it like a beast? Is it like a what is it?
It's
No,
a
no.
beast.
It's a beast.
You can roll a nature check if you want to know, if you want to see if you like know what it is.
A nature?
Mhm.
Boy. Hey. Yep. That's about accurate.
Biggest dog you've ever seen in your life.
Great. Would you trust us if I convinced your dog we were good?
You want to convince Steak that you're good?
Steak? Great. Yeah, that we mean you guys no harm, that we just want to pass through, that we're nice.
Roll a persuasion check at advantage because you're speaking to him in his language, and like what you're proposing doesn't sound like there's any risk to him.
Persuasion. Jesus.
11.
Oh my god. Let me just refresh roll 20. I'll be right back. It's not a big deal. It's fine.
Can she save scum that? Reload save?
Yeah, exactly.
You can talk to Steak, but if he doesn't like your answer, he's gonna eat you.
Okay. Okay. I can respect that. I'm just gonna relay to my friends. It's not gonna make any sense. I have to explain it to them in like the dumb languages. So just give me a second.
Okay, give me 1 second. While Nuke sprints up another 30 feet.
Hold on. I will like run and dash.
Okay.
Grizzle, I don't think that's your dog.
As Nuke like sprints up and gets closer, you hear the dog, like Steak, who you now know his name,
Yeah.
let out this like sharp like growl, and you see
Yeah.
the giant you're talking to just like reach down like behind him and like grab a boulder, and chuck it blind towards where Nuke's standing.
Okay. Okay. Can I move another 30 feet?
Yeah, you're fine. Nuke, you see this rock probably twice your size, like land like 10 feet in front of you.
Oh, dodgeball's the game, eh?
Your friend gonna get squished.
I know. I tried to cast Animal Friendship on the dog.
Okay.
As soon as the rock would have exploded, Nuke would have shot a firebolt back in, like, also being like, it's dodgeball. we're trading
Okay.
snaps.
Okay. So we'll do these things in order. Animal Friendship goes off first. So, as you see, here, fails otherwise. Wisdom save. Okay, double check something, make sure.
How tall is the rock that the wolf's on?
Probably about 10 feet tall.
So would you say the stakes have never been higher? Or
Mm.
This stake has been much higher. So wisdom save. Actually, give me a second here.
don't make it. Please fail. Please super fail.
Not whisper
Please fail.
rolls.
Please fail.
Uh,
Fail.
as you cast Animal Friendship on Steak,
Auto fail.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
I
because
figured.
the intelligence.
Yeah. I figured it would.
and you hear
I've
a voice
got an idea for a
come out
Perfect,
of Steak. You don't understand it, Jinx. Grizzle, from where you're hiding behind the rock, you hear this really like guttural voice, like way worse than like any hobgoblin, like any goblinoid that you've heard speak. Say, we don't need magic to decide if we're friends. and you see him walk over towards you.
Okay.
Nuke, you send off a firebolt that misses the mark.
Nuke calls out, "Your turn."
You see him like have a rock, like another rock that he just like picks up in his hand, but he's not like throwing it.
Nuke's like kind of like running back and forth, like getting ready to dodge. He very much thinks this is a game.
So you see Steak kind of like come over to you, Jinx. And like just like looking at you. Can you roll for me let you pick. You can roll animal handling, or you can roll persuasion. The DC is higher for persuasion because of the failed spell attempt.
Oh boy. With my rolls, is it really gonna matter?
You can choose them.
Yeah, I saw that coming. It's okay.
Oh, for
Oh
fate's
my goodness,
sake.
with
Yeah.
advantage, you said? That
Yeah.
was so nice of you.
Yeah, it's okay. It was gonna suck anyway.
You see like Steak kind of like lean in, give you like a couple of sniffs, look over at Nuke and like the boulder and like this like small little like scorch mark on the rock near the giant. You see him like slowly like turn and walk away from you. You hear that voice again. Grizzle, give me a perception check to see how much of this you catch. You don't catch any of it. Jinx, you hear the giant speak again. Steak thinks you might be nice, but he doesn't know about the rest of you, especially this idiot in the middle.
If we let him check the others, and convince them that they're nice, you guys will let us go check out the wall?
We'll check them out together.
Okay, and I'll say really quickly, like in common, like they want to make sure you guys are nice and they'll let us pass, but we don't want to fight them. They don't want to fight us. They just want to make sure you're nice. They're gonna check you guys out.
It's not a game, Nuke.
So
What are you talking about? This is awesome.
They're not.
So-
They're not playing. They just want to make sure you're nice.
as these guys
What
kind
does
of
that
like
even mean?
come out
I'll,
from
like,
behind the
I'll
rock
Step out of the way.
like that and start watching, you see that the giant has like his hand on like this warg's like shoulder, like a guide dog, and you see them like kind of doing this like slow halting like walk up. Jinx, you from here looking at this giant as it like passes close by looks like ancient is insufficient, like looks super old.
As he walks by, can I say, "Excuse me, I just have one question.
Hmm.
What was your name?"
It's hard to pronounce, but I'll write it to you.
Okay.
It's actually hard to pronounce.
Have you lived here long? That's your name? Okay.
Centuries. Helped
So,
make this.
oh, for the dreamer.
You see, like, this, like, it's hard to tell, like, there's no eye expression because of this, like, wrap around his face. But you get the sense that there's, like, enough of, like, a facial, like, uptick that it might be, like, bemused or, like, interest in, like, that.
She sent us here. It's nice to meet a friend of hers.
Don't know if friend, but tried to help. She taught us.
Well, she's teaching us currently. Trying to.
Hopefully you're nice.
Well, I am, for sure.
You see, like, this, like, big, like, hand, like, kind of, like, come out in your, like, general direction. Like,
Eh.
it stops, like, probably, like, 5 feet away from you. And it's kind of, like, outstretched, kind of like some cross between, like, what would be, like, a handshake and, like, an open, like, flat hand.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll just jump a little.
give the high five. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
I don't fly, so
You are very small. Sorry.
I am. It's okay. I reached. It was nice to meet you. Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Please proceed.
You see them, like, continue.
As they're walking, I'm like, he knows the dreamer. He helped build the place. He just wants to make sure we're nice. I'm just gonna keep saying that.
So, as they get close to you, Nuke, Steak is, like, definitely, like, displeased. Steak does not like you. And
Hey, baby hands. Hey, ogre.
you see, as you look closely, Nuke, at this warg, it is, like, carved up. Like, it has tons of scars. It too looks old. You know, it looks like, you know, judging it up close, you think that maybe, like, it has some, like, injury to, like, a hind leg. It's kind of like walking with a bit of, like, a masked limp. Both of these creatures look, you know, extremely old. But it kind of, like, looks at you and give me either a you have options. You can roll deception, you can roll persuasion, or you can roll animal handling. $13. As you, like,
That was a really shitty roll.
I mean, it beats a 9.
Oh,
You
thank fuck.
Steak kind of has the, like, the soft growl, and you hear Grizzle. You hear, because this is said, like, loudly. Nuke, you don't understand it, but Steak says, "It's a good thing you missed."
Nuke replies back, even slower this time. I'm new.
I'll say it in giant. That's Nuke.
Hey, what gives, baby hands? We were playing a fun game.
He says hi.
You just see them kind of walk past you and proceed up towards Tusker.
I look calm and extend an arm in greeting.
That's Tusker.
I'm Tusker Throom.
So, same deal. Deception, persuasion, or animal handling.
I didn't get a deception option.
Suck at all of these.
Are you actually Tusker?
I will try
Yeah.
animal handling at -1. -1 in all of these, but there we go.
Okay.
Wow.
There is like this. What languages do you speak, Tusker?
Orc,
Loxodon.
Elvish, Common, and Loxodon.
Yeah. Steak just kind of like growls and snaps at you. And you hear Jinx, the giant, say, "Your friends are questionable."
Yeah, we just met. Tell kind of threw us all together. Probably know
We
more
mean
about
no-
him staring at him than I do.
I'll say in common, we mean no harm.
He said they mean no harm. We mean no harm.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm Grizzle. I'm addressing the warg.
Oh, perfect. That's Grizzle.
Yeah, I don't mean any harm either. In fact, I helped kill the goblins and hobgoblins up there, so you're probably not going to be bothered too much anymore. Like as the warg keeps kind of getting closer, like Drizzle kind of like keeps backpedaling because he's seen wargs before.
Yeah.
Like,
The Steak's
He's
like
seen
keeps
goblins
like
being
following
fed
you.
to
He's like
wargs.
he's
Yeah.
Steak's like you can stop moving.
He's not one of the goblins.
mhm.
He's not one of the. We took care of the other goblins. This is a friendly goblin, not
Yeah.
the annoying kind.
Steak can tell, or he'd be eaten already.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah, about that steak. You're not very hungry. Oh Jesus,
Not currently.
There's food up top.
that's good news.
I'll
Oh,
get
boy.
that later. So you can make persuasion, deception, or animal handling at advantage.
I'm gonna add favored by the gods.
Yep.
I can't because it's not for skill checks.
It's attacks, right?
Yeah, attacks and
Attacks and
saves.
saves. Yeah, it's
But
blessed.
like I
On demand.
could make an argument that maybe this might save my ass. So
Yeah, you could make that argument. I'd say no, but you could make it.
yeah.
But Steak's like, you smell too good to be a goblin.
Well, yeah. In that I've had a bath in the past week.
Shows. You just see him kind of like walk past you.
Oh. Like as he walks past, like Grizzle's relief is palpable.
What about you, language-wise, Kivosh?
I speak.
Do you speak
Common,
Goblin or
Elvish-
Giant?
No. Common,
perfect.
Elvish, Primordial, and Sylvan.
That's Kivash.
I had a question. 'Cause I
Mhm.
actually was looking over my spells, and I kind of let Jinx just after he noticed that the giant was blind, and Jinx could communicate with it. He just kind of let her, like, be the liaison for everybody. But
Mhm.
can I cure his blindness?
Like with Lesser?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Well, I'm pretty because I know he doesn't understand me. Jinx, would you mind just letting him know that I'm not gonna hurt him, but if I could just touch him for a moment?
Kivash would like to touch you for a moment, but not to hurt you. He's a healer. He's our healer.
You see like the giant kind of like look towards you as you like call this out, Jinx. You see him kind of like questioningly look like to the voice that came like from right beneath him. You see Stake like kind of like look up and give this like head
You can just
shake.
hold your hand
like-
out like you did with me for like a quick high five. He just wants to, just briefly.
If it hurts, I will squish him.
Okay.
Oh, okay, okay, yes, this is good.
You see like Kivash, you see like the hand like above your head.
Yeah. Yes, Kivash. Yep. Great.
And this
He's all for it.
poor creature must just be constantly ransacked by goblins that he can't see and has to have a injured himself friend to defend himself. So he'll like reach up and like put his small hand over like his fingertip because it's a giant and cast Lesser Restoration,
Yeah, so
attempting to cure his blindness.
so you like reach up and like tippy toe manage to like get your hand just to like touch the like tips of this giant's fingers, and you feel the magic kind of release from your and flow through your hands into him, and you hear the warg beside you like have this like growl and this like almost like intensity, not realizing that there is going to be like a spell cast again. But in a moment the spell's cast and completed. You see the like hand kind of above you kind of like quickly like ascend. And Jinx, you hear this like what you see like him like pawing at his like face and like kind of
Did
just
he
like
help you? Did he
pull-
help you?
pull off this like cloth, and you see that there's one eye that's like missing that had been like covered over, and you see that there's like massive like scars down the one side, but the other eye seems to be like alert and focused now.
Did it work?
Ah.
Do you need a moment?
Like take a step back, just a
Yeah.
little.
Do you need just a moment? It looks like he helped you. Are you okay?
It's been a long time.
Probably pretty bright. Just take a moment.
Oh, Steak, you are hideous. Look at
Steak eats him.
yeah, Steak like looks up and like gives him that like, you know, cocked head to the side look like, screw you, man.
Yeah.
Grizzle, you hear like, you don't look so hot yourself. From Steak. Kivosh, you see this figure like kneel down, still twice your height, like on a knee. And you see that like hand that, you know, in hindsight was probably ready to smush you into paste, like extend out with like a finger as kind of like a handshake.
I will accept the handshake.
He like looks back over his shoulder towards you, Jinx. It's been a long time since there was good people.
Ta-da!
Kivash
I
has a
think
feeling,
we're good.
Kivash has a feeling like he can't understand in many ways, but he'd be like, you know, no one deserves to be left all but helpless. That's a terrible injustice.
He said, "Now you are. Now you can see! Yay!"
Roll for me
very
deception.
short to
That is
translate
like-
what I said.
It's a low DC because like that's a subset of what he said. That's good enough.
Just paraphrased.
But yeah, paraphrased.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
Kivash will
Uh,
like nod and smile, thinking that she adequately like translated what he said.
I can't imagine this like tiny little fairy, or just like this massive like
speak giant.
guttural giant noises. Like, yep.
You are not bad. You can come and see and talk if you want.
Okay. Yeah, we just want to see what the wall has going on.
Steak, go get the food. And you see Steak like kind of like nod and like bound up the ramp that you guys
Before
came
Steak
down.
leaves,
Mhm.
Before Steak leaves, can I cast Cure Wounds on him?
On Steak?
Yeah.
You're like, especially up close, Steak doesn't look injured. Like,
Okay,
Just
like,
old
like-
battle scars.
gotcha.
yeah, he's just old.
Hey, Nuke.
Yeah.
It gets like so dark up ahead, and boy, were you amazing whenever your light was shiny. Can you help me in your amazingness in doing that again? So you can help lead
Yeah.
the way for the rest of us who just lack ability in seeing in the dark.
Yeah. We can make
You guys
my
should-
shell glow again.
Yeah, amazing.
Oh wait.
Is it because he doesn't have dark vision?
Yeah.
You guys surreptitiously see
Me
Grizzle
either.
slowly pull off his helmet again.
Well, I'll just pat Nuke on the back and be like, "I'm so grateful you're in our party. You have such amazing skills." I'll cast light on his shell.
Okay.
Please, oh valiant leader,
You hear
lead
like
the way.
you hear Harok kind of be like, he's not, he can't see, Kenny, and the light's on his back. He's-
Yeah, I can't see either, but this makes him feel safer. So I do it for him when we go into dark places.
he's your leader.
No.
That's for the best.
He's pretty great. You'll learn to love him. He has
You
a
he-
song.
You hear this like grunt that like conveys like no.
He has a song. Maybe I'll play for you when we get back.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Okay. Let's go, team.
So, Steak wanders up the ramp, and after a while, you start hear the sound of like, scraping coming back down as he's like dragging like the 2 hobgoblins and a goblin corpse by himself, like
Nice.
down the ramp. As you get kind of back towards this area, he's like, it's been a long time. The goblins took the key.
Oh, I have it. I told you. She sent us here. She wouldn't have sent us without a key.
There used to be more of us left to watch over it. I'm the last one.
More giants? Okay. Well, you're doing an excellent job.
Not well enough to save her.
I don't know that that is something we would have the power to do.
Give me
So
a.
don't feel bad.
You say your passive insight's 12?
15. Oh, insight?
Yeah.
It's a +5. So 15.
15? Okay, so equally good. You get the sense that he is not talking about the dreamer.
Oh. To save her?
Yeah.
Oh. Who her?
For my friend.
Did you have a lady friend?
Had
Oh.
the goblins when they went up there, came down.
Do you know how long ago that was?
Few weeks.
Oh.
Steak was not here.
No,
Couldn't.
I.
Stop them.
Hmm.
She was sick.
I see.
But it's this way. And you see him like kind of in this like darkness. It looks like it's just like kind of like rock crumble, right? Like, a cave in, for lack of a better word. But you see him just start to like manhandle these like boulders, 3 or 4 times the size of what he threw at Nuke. Like these are almost the size of him. And he is like slowly and like ponderously like rolling these out of the way. And after he gets like 2 or 3 of these out of the way, with the benefit of the light from Nuke's shell, you see what looks to be like a carved stone surface. Not ornate, but certainly like thoughtfully done. Doesn't appear to have a door per se, but there definitely is a recess in it, Jinx. Your passive would be high enough to notice that.
Okay.
If you have the key, it will go there. Open the way.
Okay. Are we ready, team?
Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I will insert the key.
So you like take the orb and kind of like set it against the recess. You see, like, as soon as it makes contact with like the back of the recess, that like ruddy brown kind of like earthy color starts to like swirl, almost like those like galaxy balls. And you see it start to get more colors, and instead of it being this like dull, kind of lifeless orb, you start to see what looks like colors, and then stars, and then clouds. Like everything just starts like swirling around inside this orb. And you see a couple feet to the left of this like stone kind of panel, you see this light kind of start to like crack open in the remainder of the cave-in. Forms what looks like a door.
Like to push?
No, like just a door of like light.
Like it's... Oh. Ready, Nuke?
Ready as ever.
Okay, ready?
Nuke
1,
presses
2,
on.
3, go!
You guys going through together, or are
Oh.
you like was that Nuke's countdown for Nuke to go in?
I would
Oh,
go
yeah,
with
Nuke's
Nuke.
running.
Yeah.
Nuke.
Yeah, and if Jinx and Nuke are going, I would go as well, just because they'll need something to offset their chaos.
What? What do you mean chaos? I'm very level-headed. Just negotiated with the giant.
Okay. What about Tusker and Kilosh?
Following
see-
in.
You see three of them just like yeet themselves into this like light door.
You
I'll
all
follow right
just
behind.
Jump in and you don't no disregard. Okay. They'll follow after them.
Okay. All right. So you guys pass through, and it's just this like instant. You find yourself in the middle of this room.
Ooh.
Was unexpected.
On all of the walls, there are lots of mirrors. And as you look about the room, you see scenes playing out on these mirrors. And
How are the mirrors like holding up to the fact that there's a light spell on the back of Nuke's shell? Like, is the light getting brighter? Is it like bounces around, or is it?
it's weird. The mirrors aren't acting like mirrors. They're not reflecting anything. They're showing things.
So they're acting more like screens.
Yes.
Okay.
And the scenes that are playing out, if you look, you do recognize the figures in the mirrors.
Oh. Are they us?
Are you looking at a mirror, Jinx?
Yeah, I'll walk over to this one.
Go for it. So as you walk over, Jinx, you see like all of the mirrors. As your like gaze shifts to each mirror, it seems to be like snippets of your past in like
Ooh.
all of these mirrors as you like focus on them.
Mine? Or like each of us?
Yours.
Oh.
Grizzle, as you had like looked inspecting about like how the light was affecting these, same deal. You like kind of do a head take around the room, you see your past. All of these moments, all of these choices that you made in your life. It's like someone has taken a like flow chart of your life and put like every choice and like just displayed them on loop. Anyone else glancing at a mirror as you just kind of take in your surroundings, you see again this same phenomenon, but your life. You don't see any of the other companions in these screens, in these mirrors. So, what we'll do here, I'll pause for a second. And as you guys look at these mirrors, choice, player-wise, I can relate and relay what plays out in the mirror for the players to see. Now, whether or not you choose to share that with the characters is up to you. If you want it to be even a secret from the players, no problem. We will toss whoever that is and me into a separate channel so the stream can still hear and come back when that's done. So you guys can make your choices. And
So just to clarify, the players can hear, but it's known that the in-game is not seeing what they're hearing.
correct.
Or we can choose to keep it a secret from even the players.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah. Whatever is playing out in these scenes on these mirrors, the only person in the game that will know is the character who is seeing it. None of your other characters will know what transpires unless you choose to share it as a character.
I'm fine with people knowing.
Yeah, I'm fine with sharing what I see.
Same.
I'm in. Yeah, I'm in.
Me too.
So,
Excuse me.
I assume
That way there's no channel hopping and the stream can hear everything.
Yeah, so I assume everyone is going to want to look. No one's like not looking at what's displayed, right?
Right.
It's kind of traumatic.
Yeah, so again, you don't have to. You can choose not to look. That is entirely acceptable. So, and if that's the case, then we won't reveal it on the stream.
Can't not look.
Can't not look. Okay. Well, Jinx said it first. So we'll do Jinx's scene first here. So
One of them?
yeah, well, I'm gonna go one and then a second loop.
'Kay.
So roll me D100. Evens or odds, we'll pick which
Oh,
one
no.
is on display.
I'm
first.
always evens. Lucas is always odds.
All right, so roll.
Yeah, that's about it. Yep.
All right, so we'll go with choice number one.
Okay. I just described what it looks like.
You can if you want, or I can. It's up to you.
Oh, I can do it.
Okay, perfect.
So the first scene that plays out is like Jinx. I guess she would be sort of like hiding amongst like shrubbery, and then you watch her transform into impersonating a fairy noble as she walks towards the Strixhaven College. You see her like talking with officials, like schmoozing and like passing over like a letter to get admittance without any testing or anything.
And what does the like visual look like for, as you said, like transforming? What does that look like?
You guys saw a woman, quite young, almost void of color, like grayscaled. She's got very pale skin, pale hair. Her eyes are the same, where one is gold and one is silvery. She has like iridescentness to her skin, but she's almost like void of color, like somebody just forgot to turn on the saturation. And then she transforms into this very colorful, ornate fairy version that you guys are used to seeing.
So as you see the Jinx that you're familiar with walk up and gain admission to the very prestigious college in Wexforth, and seem to bypass most of the normal admission requirements. And Jinx, you see that formative moment play out on this mirror in front of you. And it's weird because the perspective you're seeing it from, no one was there.
Mm-hmm.
But like you see this clear as day, like you transforming as you like pop out of the bushes, like as if someone was standing 3 feet away from you as you did it. But we'll switch over to go down my list here. Grizzle, you're next. So
you guys would probably see like what looks like a goblin camp. There's like goblins and hobgoblins, and a couple of big hobgoblins come back, and they've got a bunch of other goblins with them, and it looks like they've got a couple of captives with them, and they have this like dirty sack, this dirty bulging sack that they empty out in the middle of the camp, and it's got like trinkets from like a poor house, a little bit of silverware, some copper, and then it's got like some small weapons, daggers, longsword, that kind of stuff. They all just sort of pile up, and a lot of the other hobgoblins that are in the community, they get all excited, and then the scene shifts a bit where one of the captives, he's wearing armor, he's got some holy symbol. He starts talking about how it doesn't have to end like this, and wouldn't it be better if we assimilated into the society, and we could hold our heads up high and walk down the streets and be productive and be wealthy like the right way. And then the scene shifts. It looks like it's nighttime, and you see Grizzle kind of sneak up to the pile. A lot of the hobgoblins are sort of unconscious. There's some like nondescript bones. They've been eating meat, that kind of stuff. And you see him just kind of grab a dagger from the pile. And it looks a lot like the dagger that he gave the woman that we encountered in the very first sessions. And then sort of like an overhead scene where he's like sneaking away from the village.
All right. So, same for you, Grizzle. I do see this scene kind of play out from what was, again, one of your kind of like defining moments in your life before you died. You're certain that like this kind of following perspective as this scene plays out is like impossible. Like no one could have followed you through all that, but yet you watch it play out as if someone had Metawise like a camera just like following your actions as you were doing this. Next, Nuke, being very happy that there's mirrors showing your glorious self. What does Nuke see when he first looks in the mirror?
Yeah, so Nuke probably walks up to the mirror, a little naive, just kind of like checking out his shell. But it's not too long before things kind of change. The first thing that's kind of seen is not a very expensive looking home, kind of like a little bit of a hut, a little bit on the impoverished side. Probably cuts to like a vision inside the hut, where you see two adult turtles, as it kind of goes room to room. They're kind of cleaning some dishes, kind of getting things. It's nighttime. Eventually, kind of goes through a smaller room where you see much smaller, just a young turtle. Nuke looks pretty surprised, but also kind of focused in on this. And as it kind of wraps up that, you see the same house, but it's back from the outside. It's dark. It's a big storm going on, almost like a reddish hue to the sky. And there's three figures that are standing outside the home, kind of on a hill just nearby, kind of staring over it. They're all masked. One kind of appears to be standing over the other two, is holding a staff, and they're just all fixated on this house, staring at it. It's not before long, the one with the staff looks at the other two and points. And with an instant command, you see these other two masked figures start sprinting towards the house in the cover of night. They get to the front door and immediately kick it down. There's screams. These masked figures run right in, take both the adult turtles down, without questions, execute them without any repercussions. In the midst of all this, the little turtle from the back room can hear this. He's in his room, and he knows something bad is happening. So he makes a gut instinct. He opens his window and hops out and starts making a run for it. It's not too long before he looks back, and the hut bursts into flames, and he keeps pressing on from there. And I think that's probably where it would kind of end for Nuke.
So you haven't thought about that night, Nuke, in a long time, especially not in like that detail, and you're certain that that's not a memory of yours, because you certainly didn't see the figures on the hill. But you recognize the house, you recognize the occurrence and what was going on. But it's so weird. It's like someone had this, bird's eye detailed view of this night for you. And again, this moment of time that kind of sets you on the path to where you are.
And if anyone has a decent enough passive perception, as much as he'd be hiding it, this is probably the first time you've seen any emotion from Nuke other than "I'm a badass." He's sobbing.
Yep. Yeah. I'd say the only person who even has like a chance of noticing, even though like it's pretty obvious, Nuke, is Jinx, because like everyone else's passives are, comparatively bad, and they're also in the midst of their own kind of moments as well.
As soon as mine ended, though, I'd go and place a hand on its arm.
You said passive what's comparatively bad?
Perception.
I have one lower than her.
Yeah, but you haven't done your scene yet.
It's not bad.
Okay. Next up, Tusker. So
Well,
Tusker.
Go ahead.
So you go over to one of these mirrors as well and look in, and what scenes revealed?
Well, it's a flashback to my youth, or as in fact just a child. I'm in my village with my family, my parents, my sister, and there's a commotion from outside, and lots of shouting. My parents go outside to see what's going on. Um, Louder commotion, and they don't return immediately. And then some minutes pass, and the door bursts open, and Leonin comes through the door. Um, I'm just a child. I hide under the table. My sister, who's older, goes up to challenge them for crossing into our home, and the Leonin turns out it's a wizard of some kind, a sword-wielding wizard, strangely enough, and with one deft motion in song, uh, takes his sword and slays my sister. And I remain hidden under the table, witnessing all this, terrified, somewhat ashamed that I'm not brave enough to go out and challenge. But I know that death will come to me if I reveal myself as well. I've got no idea where my parents are right now. I imagine that they're out battling the invading marauders as well. But again, I'm terrified and horrified that my sister has been taken down.
All right. And last but not least, Kivosh, as you go over to the mirror.
Okay. The scene that plays out before him is that of basically a happy family. You've got a mother and father and a single child, all living in the Temple of Bodrin in what some of you would recognize as the city of Wexforth. They're prominent. His parents, ranking as far as the cloister goes, they're usually called upon to assist the city whenever it needs defending. And you just see like a wide-eyed boy just looking up at them, admiring them, wanting to be like them one day, wanting to devote himself into the service of Bodrin and make his parents proud. And in what can only be described as snippets here and there sort of flashing, you can see something in his father's demeanor change. And you can see him skulking about and in places that he shouldn't be, and taking something he doesn't quite know what it is, but he knows it's important because it's behind lock and key. He's found out, he's put to trial, and just as he's being sentenced to execution, as the axe would come down on what is essentially his betrayer of a father's neck, he actually punches the mirror. He doesn't want to see it.
Yeah, so these scenes for all of you are these kind of...
Wait, do you actually punch the mirror?
Yeah.
Does it do anything?
Like, he cocks back and hits it with all his strength. He does not want to see his father getting killed.
Yep. Give me a strength check.
Net 20.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
He's not that strong, but
So you like haul off
like
and you
overcome with him. He's crying during this.
yeah,
Aww.
you like smash
You're too far away.
You smash your fist into this mirror. And what you have this like moment where like you're expecting that like reverb, that pain. You're almost welcoming, to stop this scene playing out. And as your hand strikes the mirror, you are just overcome by the like weight of having to watch all of this always and not being able to intervene, not being able to do anything. That knowing sense of helplessness. You, as your fist strikes the mirror, it's almost as if the mirror like gives, like as if you almost like push it as if it was, made of rubber, almost as if your hand like sinks in slightly before being like pushed back. Like, give me a, you can give me insight or arcana as you like punch this mirror and have this reaction.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and use the +6 bonus as opposed to the +1.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Yep.
You can ignore the guidance whenever I
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, no worries. So it's almost as if like this isn't a mirror in the traditional sense. Whatever it is, you're convinced it's not a mirror. But that in this moment, in this place, knowing, at least who it's connected to and how painful watching this one moment was for you, you can only imagine what it would have been like watching all of these moments for all of these people for all time. And the tears that you felt about watching your father be executed are, if nothing else, sped and amplified by this, helpless, sad thought as you realize this can't be stopped. You can turn away, but you certainly can't stop the mirror. So as Kivosh, you have this reaction and this realization, you kind of all of you have another scene that plays out for a second facet. Now, what I'd like to propose is we won't go through all of those scenes in a second scene right now. And what we'll do is we'll take our break now, because I don't want to have to interrupt someone's scene in the middle to do bio beverages and breaks. But we'll do those a bit early. We'll come back and we will kick off with the second scene that seems to be a pretty formative moment from all of your pasts. And yeah, we'll see everyone in 5 minutes or so. Thanks for hanging out. See everyone soon. And we're back. All right. So, hope everyone got some tasty snacks, bio breaks, beverages, whatever you needed to do. And we will kick this back off. So, as you guys kind of take a breather from this first scene, any like reactions in this like brief respite between the first cycle and the next cycle, or anything you guys want to do?
Like did we just see our own?
You just
Or
saw
did
your
we
own.
see just our own? Okay.
Yeah, you would have seen like the reaction, like, you know, you would have seen Kivosh like lash out at the mirror, but all
Okay.
you saw in the mirror was what the memory and scene that you saw.
Got it. Okay.
Also, we're all kind of staggering around, kind of emotionally wounded from what we just saw.
Yeah,
No,
some
I'm pretty okay.
yeah, some heavy scenes for some
Grizz-
of you, for sure.
Grizzle's okay.
I'm just
Yeah.
like kind of comforting Nuke, like, it's okay, I think. It's
Yeah.
okay.
You're-
It's fine. I'm
You're prob-
sorry.
You're probably pretty confused as to why you enrolling at Strixhaven is so emotional for Nuke, but
Yeah.
like,
It's where he always wanted to go, but they denied his letter.
Could I is there something I can do to like look around quickly and see like if everybody's reacting differently? Would
Yeah.
I be able to decipher what's actually happening?
yeah, I'd say like your passive insight gives you a pretty good idea. Roll and I'll like do some comparatives
What
between your
insight?
insight. Wow. Yeah. You are certain, based on the varied reactions, that like it is not possible that you guys all saw the same thing. Like whatever you saw must be different from what like Kivosh saw, what Nuke saw, Tusker. Like you and Grizzle maybe have similar, like you could make the case that maybe you guys saw something similar, but like the
Mhm.
rest of them look like
Yeah, so I would just keep it up with Nuke, like it's fine. Sorry. It was a long time ago, I think. Like,
And like as the moments kind of pass, like if you're like consoling him by like you said, like you put your hand on his shoulder or whatever, like
yeah.
Nuke goes from like upset sobbing, and like over the span of like, you know, the next minute while things are figuring out, like he's getting tense, like almost like his right arm is like flexing
Flex.
and like it's like it's almost trembling in like anger, like
Hmm.
he is like he's building right now. He's just
all right. So, no one else has anything else to like interject with. We'll start the second scene, if you will. So, starting back at the top with Jinx. As you're like kind of still trying to like console and provide some comfort to Nuke, you look, as you kind of like glance around the room, you see that the mirrors have like shifted, and it's no longer that moment where you decided to enroll at Strixhaven. It's a different moment. What's that look like?
Yeah. I think what she would see would probably be more like a quick secession reel of like you see probably like a preteen version of that voided colored lady talking to some other like neutral scaled individuals that look like probably her parents or adults of some kind. And it looks like she's like frustrated, and it's like the winter, and then it like passes to the spring, and she's looks like the same conversation. In the summer, it's like the same conversation. In the fall, it's the same conversation. That sort of speeds up, probably like 3 or 4 more times. And then you see this last conversation in like the spring happen, and it's like slowly escalated into like yelling. And then it flicks to like the nighttime. And they're like resting like out in the wilderness on all these trails. And you see Jinx transform into the little baby spider and just head towards the town. Finally deciding to leave traveling with her family and live in the towns.
Very cool. Grizzle. You kind of like, thinking back to that day, that night when you first took that dagger, and then, as that all those memories come back to you, it switches again.
Yeah, this scene is it's nighttime, it's dark. You can tell it's raining. Grizzle is in an alleyway, and he hears a commotion coming from the front of the alley, and he rounds the corner, and it's this like little church. It's a tiny. It's got, as he sort of peeks his head in, it's got like 2 pews and a pulpit, and there's a priest there, and he seems to be getting shoved and pushed by a man holding a club. And it looks like the man with the club is shaking the priest down for money from the collection box. And the priest is like saying that he doesn't have any. And you see Grizzle take a couple steps back in the alleyway, and then, kind of take a couple steps back and look, and then kind of get mad. And you see him sort of slink in, and he pulls out that same dagger that he took, and he slices the big man behind the knees, and the man comes down, and then you see Grizzle embed the dagger in the side of the guy's neck and twist, and the priest is very startled, right? Starts talking about like he wouldn't expect it from a god. Like, imagine a goblin saving me from a human. And Grizzle's like, yeah, that's what you guys all think about all goblins. And the priest says that Grizzle can take anything he wants. And Grizzle sort of looks around the room, and he sees this like beautiful prayer book with embossed gold, filigree, gold leaf paper, symbol of Astari. And if you look closely, you'll realize that it's probably the same prayer book he keeps now, just it's been used so much that all the gold is no longer shiny. And you see Grizzle sort of grab this book and then head off into the rain.
Awesome. So yeah, these like decision moments from your past that kind of like set you on the path that you guys are on now, or at least the path that led you to that night years ago where you died. Next up, Nuke.
Yeah, so the next thing Nuke would see in the mirror is kind of the entrance to this prestigious castle. Armed guards outside, big gate. As the memory kind of rolls through the front gate, kind of enters the front courtyard where you see a handful of what you would expect to be some of the most highly trained warriors from around this area. They look battle hardened. They're showcasing much technique. And again, Nuke sees this young turtle in the midst of them all. And he's with them, and it's like he's training. And then the memory kind of almost like it's like 8mm kind of cutting through. The next few shots are kind of a few years later. It's still the young turtle. He's still training, and just a few more years later, it's still this same turtle, and he's still training. But notably, it's not getting any better. And at this point, you can kind of see what you would imagine is the king of this castle, the ruler of all these guards and these warriors, kind of consulting with a few members of his council, watching Nuke in the courtyard. And it's not before long where he makes his entrance into the courtyard and approaches Nuke. And like you imagine, you probably can't hear the conversation. You probably just kind of see them mouthing words. But he sternly looks at Nuke, and he points towards the gate. And you see Nuke kind of taken aback, almost lost, confused. And again, the king reiterates, he points to the gate. So Nuke drops his weapon, starts walking. No one's going with him. No one's escorting him. He's walking to the gate to exit. And as this happens, through the entrance of a gate comes another figure, kind of in a long robe. Nuke is so flustered he doesn't really know who it is or what they're doing, but in the same fashion, he's also being escorted by a group of highly trained warriors. And as Nuke leaves, that group approaches the king, and they all kind of start to set up in the courtyard. And as Nuke kind of is standing on the outside gate now, kind of looking back in, the guards kind of, do the classic cross their weapons, prevent him from entering, and they also tell him to go. And then the gate starts. They start closing up the gate, and Nuke just starts walking down the path away from this castle, and that'd be it.
Yeah, so that moment where kind of Nuke first really had to strike out on his own to show everyone about what he could really do. And again, that same decision led to that kind of, proverbial chip on Nuke's shoulder. Same one that led him to that bar fight where he fought way too many people and was certain that he would come out on top. Next up, we've got Tusker for this kind of second decision tree moment in your past.
Right. Well, Tusker now sees himself as a young adult. He's fallen in with a group of elves. His village long ago having been scuttled. He's not sure where his parents are. Sister long dead. And these are Bladesinger elves, and just a small group of them. And because right from that initial raid, Tusker is both horrified and fascinated by these Leonin blade-singing warriors, wizards that had attacked his village and killed his sister. So he's not only vowing to avenge his sister's death, but also by the same means by which she was killed. So he's trying to learn everything he can about the blade singing school. He doesn't have the dexterity that his elvish friends have, but he's learned their language and he's picking up some of their craft, and he's hoping that he can use his strength instead of dexterity to accomplish the same craft.
Very cool. So, yeah, Tusker kind of throws himself into this, training montage with the hopes of avenging and getting closure on this.
Do we hear Eye of the Tiger in the background?
No, it's Rocky 4. It's the
Oh, so we
Russian
hear
winter.
Burning Heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a Burning Heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Survivor does good work. What can I say? So with that, rounding it out, Kivosh, maybe one of the most traumatic first scenes for you. So shaken by it that you lashed out at the mirror playing the scene. But short of closing your eyes, every wall in this room is covered with mirrors. And this next scene starts playing. So you can close your eyes and wait for it to pass if you want. Or if you want, you can explain what the mirror shows.
After his father being executed as a war criminal, you see basically a single mother now doing her best to raise her son, who is more or less shunned by the rest of the people within the cloister. You see him growing up slowly into a teenager and a young adult, trying his hardest, working as hard as he can, staying up late nights to harness the divine power of Bodhran to be a healer, to be a beacon of light and justice, and show that he's not his father's namesake. He's not going to be someone that falls to corruption like he did. And you can see another brief moment where through his studies, he's still not quite old enough to be called upon to assist. Another brief moment of tragedy, not as difficult as dealing with his father's passing. Unfortunately, his mother lost her sword arm in a particularly vicious battle and had to step away from being one of the frontline people, but that just pushed him even harder to harness his abilities and to be one of the top, if you could call it that, within the cloister of people in service to Bodhran, of healers in general, so that he can save people that, whatever he can do. You see him turning that pain and tragedy of his father's betrayal into motivation to push him to be better.
All right. So as this kind of scene plays out, where you have this whole drive to, succeed and to break away from the stigma surrounding your kind of father's downfall, that driving impetus that always pushed you forward, and that certainty that you would prove all the naysayers wrong, that scene kind of finishes. And the next moment, for the first time, all of you see the same thing on the mirrors. You see this huge, well-muscled figure. Kivosh, you would immediately recognize it as Bodhran. Anyone else can do a religion check. If you hit a 10, you are certain it's Bodhran.
He'll immediately grab his holy symbol.
Nope.
Yeah.
Mediocrity wins.
Nuke steals the mirror. Got it.
Yes. Fucking misclick.
Okay, so
Fine.
Big ones, he just slips it in his pocket.
yeah. You guys see Bodhran, and you're not sure where you see him. It's this almost like formless, empty space that you see him. You just see this radiant light surrounding him. But his face looks confused, perplexed. You see him look to his like left and to his right, and you see other figures there. Grizzle, you would very easily recognize Astari. This like kind of huge mane of like, red hair, kind of like cascading down her shoulders, looking ready for battle. But this same puzzled look, this like lack of comprehension. You see 4 other figures as well. Jinx, Nuke, Grizzle. With the context of the ones that you know, it's pretty clear these are the other gods that you saw, or that you know of. All of them have this puzzled look on their face. And you hear this like almost like in unison, like this question like echo out from each of them. What do we do now? And you look as some of their appearances start to like change. And some of them are less dramatic than others, but some are pretty significant. You see Astari, Grizzle, set down her weapons. She just lays them down at her side. And you see her just turn and walk away. With this like almost like grass nature-y path just kind of like following her as she walks away. You see Bodrin, Kivosh, who you've always seen as this like beacon of like justice and like righteousness. You see that kind of like stoic face take on this like sneer, like this, I know exactly what I'm going to do with all of this power. And you see him walk away as that righteousness around him becomes more of a command, not a loyalty. It's servitude. You see a couple other figures that like resonate the most. You see Lomasar, who you would all recognize. She initially is in the scene kind of across from Bodrin. This darkness almost like clinging to her. Her like jet black hair cascading down almost the whole length of her body. You see her kind of like look to Astari, Bodrin as they both walk away. I don't have to do it anymore. No more death. And you see her just kind of like look to the other remaining figures. There's a better way. And you see that like darkness almost like wash off of her, as if like the like shadows and darkness that like had like followed her just are gone now. And you see her still with this like jet black hair, but that cold, calculating kind of presence that followed her, gone. It's, openness and, truth. To see things how they really are. And you see her walk away. The last figure that you guys see is Runmei, who has been associated with nature and, harvests and all of the kind of good things, worshipped by probably the most people, especially the commoners, farmers, because what can you do without crops? You see him be like, I'm done with this working stuff. Forget this. And you just see him, drink in hand, kick back. He's like, well, good luck. And you just see him walk off, drink in hand, walking away from it all.
That tracks.
And two other figures you see remaining that look still kind of just like locking eyes with each other. We're not finished.
We don't know who they are?
You would recognize them
Yeah,
as Orthus
Seth and
and
Orthus.
Seth, but you hear the one figure, this isn't over. We're not done. We might not have to anymore, but we are going to finish this.
Oh.
And you see the other figure just like nod silently. And you see that same light that kind of clung to Bodrin at the beginning of this kind of scene playing out seems to kind of wash over the one figure. And that darkness that kind of sloughed off of Lomasar seems to kind of like coalesce around the other figure.
So in this one, we would know which is which. Oh,
Yeah. You would know that the light went around Orthus and the darkness kind of clung to Seth. And you see them just both kind of give each other the nod. And they both just kind of like go their separate ways. And then as this empty space kind of fades, you see, oh my god, I have so many fucking wild shapes. One moment, please.
what do you need? Oh, I think I know.
Yeah, I think you know. Can you just give me what I need without me having to tell you? Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll find it. Sure thing. Great.
Pretty sure I spelled his name right.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yep, you got it.
We
Yeah.
see a thing.
Did you send me a thing? Not yet. You're looking for a thing?
Oh, I remember what it was. Wasn't it this one?
Yep.
Yay!
Okay, thank you.
We found it, team.
Found it. Super found it. Uno momento, guys.
Yay, team.
There's always something.
We did it.
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
super organized.
One of us is.
And it's not you.
Yeah. Can we all just say huge thanks to Stacy for actually making it so that art sometimes arrives when it's meant to? 'Cause, boy, the alternative is scary.
Not Ari basically being like the co-GM.
I do not want that responsibility.
All right, so there you go. You guys should see. New handout. And
That's
in
what
this,
image appears.
yeah, in this empty space, as the six gods kind of depart, you see this like empty, formless, like white space that all of these gods were standing in. Just this like one point of like black just start to like kind of grow and swirl, and the white give you a like meta sense for anyone who's seen the Matrix. It's like the construct area where it's just like that white area that they stand in. You see it start to kind of like mix with this like black as it grows, and after like few moments of this like swirling, there is this equalization where the black and the white seem to kind of find a balance, not one trying to take over the other or destroy the other, but just equalize. And from this base, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna roll it like that, that'll work. Wow.
Wow.
I think that beats Lomasar. Isn't Lomasar only like 92?
I don't know.
Lomasar's a hag compared to.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Leave it
But-
to Nuke, the best of us rollers.
Yeah.
Yay.
But you see this figure, and as her form kind of like comes together, she like kind of like looks around. Well, this will be interesting if nothing else. And then you see her just kind of walk away, and this space is just kind of like closes in as she departs. And with that, the mirrors change to just be normal mirrors again. And you hear this voice. What you saw was a small fragment of what I saw watching in my dreamless sleep for all the years. So many choices, so much hurt, so much promise unrealized. In each of you, I saw a chance to make a difference, a chance to make things better than they are. That is why I chose you. That is why now, that is why I brought you together. I hope that you will find a way to work together and improve this world however you can. Your choices carry a great weight. You have the ability to reshape this world. Whether you choose to improve it or leave it worse than before you awoke will be the measure of my judgment, and if I chose well.
Well, I think changing the world. I think that's a pretty big task. I think we need to break it down into more manageable chunks. Me, I'm starting with the goblin in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways.
Yep.
Spoken like a true project manager.
You, Grizzle, only you hear the voice at this point now. You hear, you already have changed the world.
I have.
You dispensed the justice you felt required on those who preyed on the weak and helpless.
Yeah, but it's weird now because I used to do a lot of praying to Astari, but it looks like in this world, I mean it's Lomasar. That's a tall order.
You must find where your truth lies. Much has changed since you entered the long sleep. I showed you what I did so that you would understand that the gods as you knew them did not choose what they represented. They have made their choice now, just as you must choose. For without choice, we're no better than the beasts.
What exactly is wrong with the world? So can you give us like a direction? It seems like really broad to like fix the world. Is it like an issue?
I mean, Dust Source could use some fixing.
True.
That place is a shithole.
Right though?
But
Remember,
it's
we have a
okay, 'cause
pin in
we're
it.
gonna
We have
go
a,
back
yeah,
there.
we're gonna circle back to it. We'll come back to it. There's a pin in it.
Yeah, when we're level 20, we'll tell them what's what.
So
There-
you mean
So
to
from-
tell me that I devoted my life to someone who was forced to uphold justice and didn't want to?
Classic Boogrin.
And Kivosh,
He
now,
doesn't even look at you, Nuke.
now,
No, Nuke doesn't say that. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just being honest. Nuke is still traumatized.
now only you hear the voice for this answer, Kivosh. Bodrin wasn't forced. Bodrin had no choice. He didn't realize he was forced. It was who he was. You can't be forced if you don't know there's a choice. It was just him. Until what he was changed. Your faith, if we'll call it that, was well placed when you placed it. You must choose if it is well placed now, knowing what you know. And you feel that like the one-on-one conversation like ends, Kivosh.
We're speaking to... Oh, fuck, what's her name? How do you say it?
Tell.
We're talking to Tell right now, or are we talking to Night?
Yeah, tells the dreamer.
So do we get the sense that Tell like can hear our innermost thoughts?
You I assume you said, are you telling me out loud? So
Oh, I don't know if she's talking to him, right? Hello?
Yeah.
Did anybody hear that? Is it just me not hearing? Hello?
Well, the
Do you-
reason I was asking is because if she can hear his thoughts without him saying it out loud, you can just get the sense that he is drawing strong connections between Bodrin and his dad, like, and betrayal.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know if she's like got the tap into your brain or what. But Jinx, to your
Like
question,
every problem that we come across, or is it like a specific issue? Like any clarification would be appreciated. Any jump in any moment. Just feel
Give
like
us some
chiming in.
context clues. Tell us if
Jinx.
we're getting hot or cold.
you hear in your mind. The
Oh no, you can
answer.
share with the group. It's okay.
You,
I'll just
you,
say out loud whatever you're gonna answer because I feel like this is pertinent for everybody to know what we're tackling here.
You like get this like overwhelming sense of like amusement as like the rest of you all hear this. The world needs more good in it. The chaos that was wrought by the gods finding themselves took a great toll on humanity, mankind.
Okay, I don't want to be the one to question your judgment already. I don't know if you've met us, but we're pretty chaotic on our own. I don't know how much good we possess.
Speak for yourself.
I don't. For me personally, the good term is a bit of a stretch. I don't know what your selection process was. I don't know. I don't want to like. Is there a purpose that I was picked? We all seem to be a bit on the let chaos reign side of the house, and you're actively convincing us not to support that avenue. Just making sure that our intentions align here.
I am not purporting a lawful or a chaotic solution. I am outlining that there is leadership that is missing in the world, and those that are in positions to lead are lacking. Whether or not
Okay,
you want to lead yourself or install someone different to lead, that is something that I believe this group, as chaotic was it, as you put it, or not,
I feel like that might be a
can
common trend, or at least the like
handle.
middle of the road vibe.
I think we're all not entirely evil, most of us.
Yeah, the middle of the road vibe
Yes.
is strong in this group.
As you've perhaps have seen, some of the greatest atrocities have been committed at both ends of the spectrum.
We've seen that.
I mean, I think all of you would certainly know, like, even in your history, that, like, lots of things that have been, like, horrific have been, like, positioned as either being done for the good or
Like holy wars or
Yeah.
like
holy war.
war on
know,
the hills
see-
or
Yeah,
The Salem witch trials.
Yeah.
Scottish
got
Inquisition.
it.
yeah. Like, there have
So-
been lots of horrific things that have been done for ultra good and ultra evil, right?
So you're wanting us to basically assist the leadership to be different leaders.
And what kind of leadership are we talking? Like, we're gonna go tell some king or something to fly right? Is that the gist?
I think as I have heard it put, one step at a time. I think you all have great potential. I do not think you have reached it yet.
Well, I can't reach a lot of things.
Well, I mean, we cured a giant of his blindness. We did that.
Hey, your friend. Her, something. The guy.
You hear her like say the name back perfectly in like your head.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we did
Yep.
that, and we got rid of some hobgoblins and some goblins that were bothering this group of people.
I've
Uh,
the giants.
Kivash buried some poor woman who got killed in Dustshore in the middle of the street.
We
As
didn't
I
return
said,
that shovel though.
you have already started
We're
changing the
circling
world.
back. We're circling back.
You have already made changes. Small changes can build into big things.
So start small.
The giant that you mentioned, he is the last of his kind. They lived in this place, and they often slumbered for great lengths of time. That is how we found each other in sleep. They helped build this place for me, where I could see more of what was going on.
So I get that was like a good deed. What is curing the blindness of a hill giant who sleeps for centuries inside of a mountain help with anything? It's not like he's gonna go wandering around like touting about how wonderful and amazing and awesome we are.
No,
Nuke can do that for us.
That's true. Nuke is pretty wonderful.
Kivosh did that because he thought it was right.
So you just want us to do the next right thing.
I chose you because I believe that together you will choose the right thing more often than not. Not necessarily the good thing versus the evil thing, but just the right thing for you.
Biggest
if-
quest ever.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. With you
This
on
is-
that one.
I am not prescribing your fate. That is for you to decide.
No, I think we get that. I'm just a little lost on the instructions. Just go out into the world and then like do things.
How did you find your way here?
Well, I think we're all pretty curious that we got randomly revived after all dying. And we all kind of wanted to see like what that was about, right? Any other opinions about... I came here because I was like, man, that sucked. I'm alive again. That's weird.
You hear again that kind of like bemused like chuckle kind of like echo through the room. I more meant to this room. I believe you were sent up the mountain by...
Well, yeah, originally we were just going to kill some goblins that were like harassing a family. But then we found this cool like Orby thingy that I figured out was a key that we had to figure out what door the key went to, obviously. Because we can just leave without finding that. We didn't know that the door came here, though, so it wasn't like an active choice. It was just like a series of choices consequence that led us here. Also,
Interesting.
there's no door out. I'm just realizing that as part of this conversation.
Quite so.
Uh-huh. 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 Okay.
If you would like my recommendation for where to start, as
Oh,
your
that would be lovely.
small friend said, start small. Speak with. You almost get the sense of like puzzled from this voice.
No.
Butters? Speak with
You want us to talk to Butterhearth? Okay.
Butters.
Yeah, he's great. Wait, why are we starting with him? We were just there. What are we doing? Just start there? We did
Start
that.
there.
What's step 2?
Step 2 is talk to Butters again.
Oh, okay. Great. Anybody else want to ask maybe any pertinent questions that might lead us in a more direct direction? Anyone?
Well, I mean, go talk to Butters is pretty direct.
Yeah, but there's not really like a follow-up to that. Like, you can just go and be
Well,
like,
then-
hey, by the way, thanks for giving me your book. I know that my pet disappeared. Sorry about that. We killed your goblins. By the way, we're supposed to help you, I think. Not sure how. I know we talked to you before. Here we are
I
again.
I don't mean to make light of it, but maybe this is easier for, say, me and Kivash, because it seems like a matter of faith.
Oh, is this like a faith thing?
Maybe this Butters, maybe he knows some stuff.
Oh, I've never been much of a faithy person.
We couldn't tell.
Yeah, more of a
Honestly.
figure it out, do it yourself kind of thing.
There is a reason that you are not all the same. You, just as Nahira, brought balance to the gods and brought an end to the chaos, so too do you balance each other out. Each of you is very different than the others.
Crystal looks at Tusker. That probably doesn't mean on a scale.
Exactly.
Some of you, as Grizzle has mentioned, are beings of significant faith. Others, skepticism.
Woohoo!
Cynics. And strength of will and character. Belief in oneself above all others. Pretty sure that's talking to you, Nuke.
Yeah.
But
If
collectively,
Nuke can't do it, why bother?
collectively,
No one can.
Fucking give up at that point.
Right?
collectively, you possess the characteristics and traits that I have seen time and time again capable of influencing great change.
I'm gonna like lean over to Nuke and be like, did we just get hired on as like custodians for the world? Are we like cleaning up the place?
Does Nuke know what that word means?
We're like cleaners? We're like the
to
aftermath
nudge-
crew.
Supposed to nudge things in some
There's
direction.
You-
one person I can think that needs cleaning.
You, as you're like nudging Nuke and like asking this, voice is like more like sculptors.
Ooh. I don't think the gods would like that very much.
You may notice that they aren't particularly involved in the day-to-day anymore.
Oh.
Now that they have their focus.
Okay.
Their presence here on this plane after they were awakened had a fairly detrimental effect.
Hmm.
You've seen some of that aftermath surrounding this mountain.
Oh, is there an easy way to get down from here?
Yes.
Oh. Does it start with us getting out of this room? Again, no door. I don't mean to alarm anyone. Just feel like I need to address that a second time. People seem really calm. There's no
Well, I mean-
door.
I don't know. I mean, we got in here somehow, and there was mirrors that turned into, I don't know, picture shows. I think getting us out of here is probably easy peasy for her. I'm thinking.
The disembodied voice. Got it. Cool. Great. I will practice the faith thing you keep mentioning.
I'm just, you know.
Does
Just
the
saying.
confined space bother you, Jinx?
I mean, listen, some people like fresh, open air that they can breathe of their own free will. Some people like recycled oxygen from other people's bodies in confined, closed spaces with no doors. I
You see-
tend to be the first one.
You see, like in like like what seems like just an instant, the like walls kind of like melt away as you find yourself standing in like what looks like an open plain.
Oh, okay.
Are the mirrors
Like-
still there and they're just freestanding?
So mirrors are gone.
Like
You just see like sky above you. You can feel breeze, Jinx.
the Dark Tower.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right? On the distance. Okay. No, that's great. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. We don't need a door team. Don't worry. We fixed it.
This doesn't appear to be the mountain that we came from.
Shh. The faith thing. Remember, we practiced this.
Yes, we
I have
sure
faith,
do.
but my eyes see not mountain.
Let's just
We're
not
not-
ask too many
we're-
questions, okay?
Are we not on the mountain? We're just on some
Yeah.
random plane.
Do you
Yeah.
believe
Just-
we're on the mountain?
Nope.
Yeah, Kivash. You see, after faith, comes the next stage, right? Blind faith. That's where you just believe whatever.
No, I
I-
cured him of blindness.
Oh,
Speaking of faith, I have faith that you will find your way. You will not traverse it without stumbling. There will be mistakes. There will be regrets, but there will also be triumphs and victories. You will navigate it all. I
Okay.
know that I chose well. And you see that light kind of door kind of like reappear about 10 feet in front of you.
Hey, I found the door. It's right there. We don't really need it though.
Does your
Thank
key
you.
work?
Oh, I left it on the outside. Was I not supposed to leave it there?
You definitely need the door.
Oh. Taking the door, team.
Carrying a door with us.
It's actually pretty smart to carry the door with us. If it gets hot, we can just open the window.
That is smart.
So the door appears. You figure if you have anything you want to ask Tell, now's the time. Otherwise,
Sweet towel.
he has said, go talk to Butters.
That's a
Okay.
question.
Oh, should we? Can you tell us which is the easy way down?
Well, there's no
Ask
down
Durga.
anymore.
Okay.
And you just kind of like feel that presence kind of receding.
Bye.
Do this
Farewell.
again sometime.
My presence will linger here, but I may not be able to speak to you elsewhere. If you ever require guidance again, return to this place.
Oh, I can do guidance. That's a thing I can do.
Yeah, he can. That's true.
Guidance? Is that what we got? Okay.
Like to remind you guys are 3rd level, not go save the world level.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, you were like, "Go make the world a better place," and I was like picking up litter.
Hey, start small, man.
got
Start small.
I got 22 hit points.
You have 22?
22. Oh yeah,
Oh,
I rolled
Kivosh
so
is
shitty.
Totally on board with murdering murderers.
I'm a
so-
wizard. I've got 23 hit points.
Oh yeah, no, I rolled so garbage.
Aw.
I think one of my rolls is a 2. It was super bad.
Yeah, Kivosh is absolutely on board with murdering murderers. He can do that.
Oh yeah, like I'd love to go into Dust Shore and just clean that place right up. But
Alright.
I'm gonna come back at level 20. Surprise the fuck out of those assholes.
So are you guys exiting the door?
Yes, yes. I thought
We're entering-
honestly we'd have to
we're
like
entering the door.
race Jinx to get out the door.
Okay. So you guys all make your way out through this door of light. You find yourselves back in the canyon. With Harara. Kind
It
of.
kept all of our measurements.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
The map did.
I don't know if you guys can close them or you might just have to use the measuring tool again. It's like a literal brand new feature today. So
Yeah.
they might just not have the undraw sit down. So if you just click on it, make another drawing and then let go, it should disappear.
Just trashing the map.
But he's sitting there with Steak beside him. Steak has like a few goblin pieces like hanging out of his mouth. The giant has like what looks like a haunch of hobgoblin.
Bless you.
Like
Hey,
in his mouth as like you're coming.
hey,
Have a
Nuke.
good visit.
Do you
Learn
think
what
do you think
needed.
Steak's a boy or a girl?
Isn't it your dog? Wouldn't you know?
No, it's the giant's dog. I just
Oh,
thought if it was a girl, we could call it Miss Steak, and wargs certainly are.
good one.
Yeah, she was nice. She told us to talk to you about an easy way to get down, though.
For someone called Tell,
Uh,
she certainly didn't tell us much.
Right, though?
Also, easy but also safe.
Oh.
She's real
Sure.
bad at
Better.
communicating. I blame her parents, honestly.
Okay, we're gonna have none of that.
Yeah, me
talk,
too, actually.
Okay, we are gonna just shut that shit right down.
Probably had an absent father.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh,
Her mom probably was a little cuckoo.
Yeah,
yeah. Is that
I think
probably
her
what it
mom
was?
went all to pieces.
Oh, true.
Yeah. Yeah. That what you,
Yeah.
that what
Couldn't
happened?
keep it together, huh?
Couldn't keep it together.
Uh-huh. I see.
I think she might have had like some like multiple personality thing going on.
Oh.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Emotional damage.
So good.
He like he's like looks to you, Jinx. Safe and fast.
I'll like
Way
look to
down.
the group. Safe.
Yeah. Safe is the most important one.
Yeah. Yes. Safe and fast. Yes.
Steak's getting a little rambunctious there, Jinx.
Yeah.
You wearing barbecue sauce again? What's,
You he like kind of looks at you all, kind of like sizing you up. Safe and fast, he says.
Yeah. Yes.
yeah.
Definitely.
But if you can only do one, definitely pick safe.
Yes. Whatever's easy.
Are you coming back?
Like maybe from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, he'd like us to, but we don't know that he's saying that.
We would absolutely like the capability of coming back.
Yes.
And we can't do that if you know, we're imprints in the ground.
Yeah,
Hey.
we would like to return. We'd
Hey,
like the
key.
option to return. Oh, I'll go grab the key. You're right. I will hold on to this. You are so right.
By the way, I
Yes.
apologize. I completely forgot that I can't speak giant.
You're good.
No, I'm relaying. You're okay.
Yeah.
Translator.
You see him kind of like reach onto what just looks like a tiny little like rock shelf. You see him like pull out this like very intricate looking staff in like one hand. And he kind of like motions for you guys to like get a bit closer.
Oh,
Intrigued.
oh, yeah. I'll scooch close.
Scooching in. Scooch.
So you guys all kind of like scooch together.
Yeah, I scooched.
Okay. That he just kind of like scoops you all
Oh,
and like he like picks you up pretty effortlessly. Like the five of you. You see him kind of stand up a little bit, kind of like walk over towards like the side.
Well, what? I don't know exactly what he's gonna do.
it's
but,
fine.
I
Just
mean,
have faith.
He seems to have everything in hand.
Yeah.
You see him with like the staff, like just kind of like move it towards you, and like it glows for a second, and then he takes the staff away, sets it down, and like peers over, and just like yeets the five of you, like
I said
over the edge. You guys are like plummeting. And like you know how long it took you to climb up. Boy, is it a lot faster going down.
In nomine Patris et Filii Spiritus Sancti.
Thankfully, at about the maybe 400-foot level, your descent starts to really slow. And you're like, "Ah, okay.
Oh
Okay."
boy.
And you just kind of like slowly float down to the ground. You kind of guesstimate by the time you land, you're just kind of around the other side from where Butters' little hovel built into the side of the cliff face is.
What time of day is it?
He's getting on to like dusk now.
Okay.
Uh, uh, uh Jinx,
What?
maybe next time, you could inquire as to exactly how we were, what's going to happen. Because a Starry's asshole. I never want to do that ever again.
Wasn't it fun? You said safe
No.
and fast, and that was both.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Yeah, but if I knew it was happening, I wouldn't have. Oh, how do I put this delicately? Shit my pants.
Oh, the excitement though. So
Yeah.
fun to fly through the
Yeah.
air like that. How many
Yeah.
chances
So
will you
exciting
get?
to shit your pants.
Super,
We
super
should do
good.
that next
and now
time.
I know what excitement smells like, and it smells bad. It smells real
I'm really
bad.
glad you enjoyed it. We'll have him do the same thing the next time we visit.
Well, yeah, but the next time now I'll know what's happening. I'll be able to wear the
Yeah.
brown pants.
Yeah. I don't know why you would change your clothes for the occasion, but whatever suits you, I guess.
Oh boy. Ooh. I
Well, that
like
was
this ground.
fun.
This ground is great.
Yeah.
So good. My legs are connected to it. Oh.
You, as you like have this carrying on, especially Grizzle, like having your minor freak out. You hear they're back. They're back.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hi.
we're back. Yep, that's us. Yep.
Did you kill all the goblins? I mean, not it's all the other goblins.
Yeah, yes, we did kill all the other goblins.
It's this like maybe like 10-year-old kid, not the same one, Jinx, that you spent a lot of time with. But some other kid. You're my favorite goblin.
Oh, thanks.
You must be real good at killing other goblins.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
He's
Remember,
real good
not
at
all
protecting people that need it.
not all goblins are bad people.
I know you're a good person because you killed all the bad goblins.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh.
I did do that.
Do you want to go with us back to the house so we can?
Yeah,
I'm on watch.
Are your parents home?
You're
No.
on watch. Where are your parents?
My parents are dead.
I knew it.
Excellent.
Where's
So, do you want to take us back to the house
Butters?
where the other parents are?
Sure. It's
Oh,
right
okay.
this way.
You are so good at being on watch.
Heard you guys coming a mile away. Well, not a mile. It was just around the corner. But like,
Mm,
I heard you.
you did.
My favorite goblin's really loud. It's right this way.
That was
He just starts like,
that was probably my voice bouncing off the canyon walls there. That's probably what it was.
yeah, he's doing that like march that like the kids do. That's like super dramatized. Like,
Yeah. Doot.
Yeah.
so like 5-minute walk to get back to Butter's house.
Okay.
You see Butters out kind of like carrying a few more items inside. Looks like they're trying to do some cleanup.
Hmm. Hey yo.
Ah, you're back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How'd it go?
The raiding party won't trouble you ever again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It probably wouldn't have been long before they were taking more than just things.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, now they're taking naps in the dirt, if you know what I'm saying.
Do you have my bird?
The children had it last I looked.
Oh, okay, great. I'm just gonna go in.
Yeah, help yourself. They're not much, but I think they're putting on something for evening meal.
Hmm.
So Jinx just heads inside.
Yes.
Yep.
Follow.
Tusker follows. Everyone
Yeah,
else
I'll
just
also
heading
follow.
inside.
Yep.
As you guys head inside, it's that same kind of chaos. You know, if you look at the like mayor's hovel, you know, it's a bit tidier. The mayor's hovel inside, handout. You know, they've kind of cleaned up some. There's like benches and tables that have been like kind of set back up. Most of the plates and stuff are like broken and chipped, but like, you know, they done what they can with like broken bowls and stuff. It looks like it's some type of maybe like stew, and there's some like bread. Looks like it's probably pretty old, but there's food being served. It seems like, you know, the kids are getting fed first by some of the adults, and they're kind of just like scattering, finding like a corner to sit in, while the adults are kind of sitting at the table after they get theirs. You guys are offered food if you want to partake.
No, I'm okay. I'll eat a ration.
Same.
I'd accept their food. I'm starving.
I will
Like,
also
we don't
eat
want to
a
take
ration.
already minimal food stores, and Tusker's like, "Fuck it, give it."
I'll have all of their food. I'm hungry.
So
Yeah.
you guys,
was awesome.
you
We're
guys
heroes.
conti- you guys continue to kind of get yourself set up. So it's over then. This is Alara, who kind of just pass it towards your group. It's done.
Far as I know.
One less thing to worry about. At this point, Butters comes back in, kind of carrying what looks like, you know, a half-busted crate, kind of over one arm. He's got like a bench under the other arm. Kind of sets him inside. Well, we don't have much to thank you with, but keep the book.
We traded for it. I was gonna keep it anyway.
I hope you learn what you need to from it.
Slowly, I think.
We're keen to catch up on
Yeah.
500
Yeah.
years of history.
Yeah, your history is a bit different than ours.
You do seem a little odd. Not in a bad way, just different.
We're just old-fashioned.
Says the person named Butters.
See this like epic sigh. Like,
Listen, you could just tell us your real name. I would stop calling you
Olden.
Butters. Hey, I was told by a very, reliable source that your name was not Olden.
You're welcome to stay the night. But before you retire, I know it's a lot, especially given what you've just done, but the other adults, well, we met while you were up the mountain, and, well, they said that if we didn't ask you, who else would ever possibly help us? Would you help us with Duskshore?
Conveniently enough for you, we have this current to do. There's a pin right here. We were going to circle back to it. It seems like we're aligned in our desires to eradicate. Eradicate seems strong.
Adjust.
Remedy?
Mm-hmm.
The situation? Plus, we like you, Butters. You're great.
Yeah, I think fixing Duck Shore is going to be addition by subtraction.
Yes, there are quite the number of unsavory elements there now. We have people on the inside of the scrap rats and the broken fang, but the braiders and the masks, they well, we haven't been able to get anyone inside either of those groups. But there are those still in the town who would see it restored, or at least more like it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether your group is kick down the gate and go in swords a swinging, or infiltrate and go from there. Like, there are things we could perhaps assist with in either method.
I get the impression that we're more of like a go in and like wreak havoc kind of group.
I mean,
I don't know that we're subtle.
I'd like to do that, but I don't know if we're ready for that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know that we quite have the ability to storm.
Well, some of us do.
Yes, but Nuke, some of us are not as powerful yet.
We can't all be Nuke.
That's true.
Yeah, there's only one of you,
That's a shame.
isn't it? What are you guys thinking?
Are you asking them or us?
You guys.
Oh. I mean, yeah, we can always do hit and run tactics. Waiting for the middle of the night and take someone out of bed, pass judgment.
Butter, Butters
him in
is
a lake.
the former mayor, so he'll have the inside scoop on how to maximize our efforts.
Yeah, like maybe Butters could help out and give us like a hit list. Like we just get rid of these people, and then maybe everything will be fine.
Surgical strike.
Do you have specific targets, Butters, that would make this easier?
I mean, the best target would be to deal with the head of the Raiders. If
Yeah.
they were gone, I think the Scrap Rats would probably be able to take control, and they're reasonable and not violent, at least. And
What's his
I
name?
mean, we'd need them to rebuild.
Oh, that's Krega Bloodfist.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm in.
It'd be a tough battle, but between the contacts we have in the town, we might be able to provide some assistance in the battle itself if that was something you guys wanted to try and tackle.
Allies would be nice. Was there a particular clan that you were allied with?
We have
Yeah, they have people in the Scrap Rats and in the Blood
Broken Fang.
Fang, Broken Fang,
Broken Fang.
but not the other two. Not the
And
masks for the Raiders.
Grizzle, you see Alara look to you and say, I heard you talking to the kids when they first got scared. We know not all goblins are bad. For the Raiders and Dusk Shore fell, I guess. There is lots of goblinoids who made their home there. Many of them were friends. Some of them like family. There's a hobgoblin who stayed behind. He joined the Broken Fang rather than oust us. So I appreciate what you're doing. I know it's not easy fighting against your own.
I appreciate you saying that, but usually, if someone is picking on somebody else, I don't really see race. I just see a problem that needs fixing. But I'll definitely look out for this hobgoblin because obviously he gets a pass.
I mean, if you see him, I mean, I'm sure he'd be fighting with you, which would probably be a good indicator. But
Does he have a name?
Yeah, I'll type it out because it's another one that's tricky to pronounce. Oh, I guess I
Rick.
can just say it to the group. Oh my god, why can I not type right now?
Urglum?
Bergam.
Urglum. Okay.
And that's
Don't
for
kill-
who?
That's the hobgoblin that helped them. So Perglum gets a pass.
He. I mean, in addition to now, I'm sure the broken fangs. He's only got one ear.
1 year.
He lost that before the town fell. The fishing accident.
Okay. So we rest then. And get started tomorrow.
We'll make sure
Good plan.
that we get word to our people in the town. We have some means of sending a message.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you again.
Well, I mean, we haven't. I mean, you're welcome for the goblins. We haven't really done anything yet.
It's not often people agree to help people that
Mm.
will, if we're successful in this, we'll find a way to repay you for your kindness.
I have a question. No, go
Mhm.
ahead.
How far away have you traveled? Like, is all the places of this time like Dustshore, or are there like
No, there
more
are more
orderly places?
There are more orderly places, and if Dusk Shore is the only place you have seen in this time, then I'm sorry for the first impression. It did not always exist
That wasn't
like
the
it does
first
now.
impression.
The larger cities are certainly more orderly, though perhaps in the extreme. That in some ways is what pushed more of the freedom conscious further afield. Some cities are much more strict, shall we say. But certainly law and order still exist. Different cities now have their own rules, and it can be a little disorienting when you first arrive in a new city or town until you find out what the rules are.
So, it seems like the world is pretty diverse now. Have you or are you familiar with lots of different types of races?
Yes, there, especially being on the coast, there was often travelers coming by ship.
Oh, like, what about like Minotaur?
I've seen one.
Hmm. What
They
about like lizard folk?
yes,
Hmm.
a number of them came at one point from across the ocean.
Hmm.
A long time ago, like an exodus almost.
Hmm.
They have a settlement far to the north up the coast.
Hmm. What about like changelings?
Well, as I understand it, they're. I don't
That
know
was
if I
very
wouldn't.
smooth.
I don't know if I'd know one if I met one. From what I've heard,
Hmm. Interesting.
they're shifters, right?
Hmm.
I've heard that they can
I
take the
assume
form
so.
of any humanoid.
Hmm. Any humanoid?
That's what I've heard.
Oh. They don't have to like see them first or anything. They can just do it.
I don't know, but
Oh.
that's the stories say.
Oh. Well, we've seen that like bugbears and hobgoblins are pretty common around this area. What about like elves? They're had pretty prominent cities from what I remember.
There are still elves, though far fewer
Oh.
than maybe what you're describing.
Okay.
A number of them still reside near Pomerty.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no great cities left of the elves.
There's no great elven cities. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is there a
That's a
city
tragedy.
you were thinking of?
Well, I mean,
From
there's a couple of major cities that I
when?
recall. You guys know a few, right? You guys were familiar, with, what's the big one near here? Osteron, right?
Osteron remains, but it is predominantly human.
Mm,
Meta-wise, it was always predominantly human.
mm-hmm.
That's not near here.
I thought it was destroyed outside of game. I thought you said it was, like, no longer a hub and that the
Yeah, with twin.
Yeah.
It was
foothills were now...
stop or
It-
something.
Yeah, the Lantal Hills, the town, is still like
Yeah.
the hub. Osteron remains, but it's not like a city anymore. But it is predominantly like humans. Like
Oh.
As a-
Osteron is not like the capital anymore. There's still like a settlement there, but
so
it's not.
Osteron, I'll say like, oh, okay, so the humans are still like the capital of the continent and whatnot.
The humans around Osteron are still there, but Osteron is no longer capital. That's
What's-
Lantal Hills.
Lantal Hills is the capital.
Yes, it's the central, well, where almost all the food on the continent came from. That was very important during the chaos. Cities were
Who
targets for
leads it?
war. Who leads Lantal Hills?
Yeah.
They have some Turret. It's a group.
Sounds like a shitty system. Okay.
Sounds like a what?
Shitty system.
It is, but it's better than all the others.
There is a
Okay.
ruling group. No one person. I'm not sure who's on it.
Okay. But it seems like there's all kinds of races just roaming around now.
There are far.
Like meta-wise,
Oh,
does
go ahead.
this timeline seem more inclusive than our timeline?
That's what I'm trying to gauge. Like,
Yeah, not.
they seem very understanding of like.
Yeah, you would get the sense like it's not like inclusion in a in like the welcoming sense more so than it's just like they got like forced together and there was like
So it's
forced
refugees
acceptance
kind of thing.
yeah
Yeah.
So like the world was super shitty for a really long time for everyone.
yeah
And so everyone faced the same suffering. So now everybody sort of,
yeah and
congregated to the same places.
yeah and like Lanto Hills, meta-wise, you guys will find this out if you eventually go there. Like, Lanto Hills was originally like a small, predominantly human
Right.
farming community.
Right.
And like, as things got worse, because they had more and more land,
Right.
different groups just started like settling around it, right? And just building out and out. So there are like wards where it is predominantly one race. But like over time the lines between the wards have like kind of blurred
Broken down.
and like you have
It became a melting pot.
you have like the goblin ward with all of their tiny little like ramshackle like hovels like stacked on top of each other like right
The
beside
Leon
like
ward, you have the,
yeah.
like,
and right beside the like dwarven neighborhood with all of their like very like structured perfect stone world, right? So like even this like makeup of the towns and cities has changed because no one group built them.
But what I'm trying to gauge from him is like, does it seem like there are any races that are like feared still?
The
Are there, like,
orcs, the orcs are pretty, especially like the orcs in the north, because they are the one place from like the history that you guys have uncovered so far that remained like well, and they remained like a cohesive like nation, like all orcs. Like there are no other races up there except for like some kobolds and like a very small smattering of other races. But
So people
those
just
are
don't go there unless you're an orc
basically like
or the lizard folk.
yeah. The lizard
Okay.
folk aren't that far north. The orcs are north of the Crystal Spire Mountains.
Okay.
The lizard folk would be between the coast between Pomerdy and Wexforth.
Okay.
But that orc nation is now arguably, at least on this continent, like the most powerful nation. Like what before was Ostron by like a country mile, followed by probably like Nadrathon prior to the whole Neldor incident, and Fargenhelm with the dwarves and those the Gorkrath, I think, orcs in the south. Now it's the Gathnok orcs up north are like the most powerful nation on this continent, like no question. They have like an enforced border. Like no one else has that now. Like
Got it. Okay. Thanks, Butters. You're like a walking encyclopedia.
I studied a lot before I moved to Duskshore.
I see. Okay, well, I think we have marching orders. Does anybody have any questions, burning questions about things they want to know? No?
I'd like to spend a month with that encyclopedia of yours.
Yeah, I will super let you know when I'm done reading through it and we can just pass it around.
What? Didn't we
feel
earn
like-
that as a group?
I feel like. Yeah.
Yeah, roll insight, Dusker.
Oh,
She's Jinx is totally gonna let you use that book like any day now.
That's right.
Mhm.
She just has to finish reading the important bits first.
Any minute that book is yours.
Yeah, I'm sure
Any
she'll let me read
minute.
it as soon as we're done, like, killing everybody in that town.
Yeah.
Yep.
All
All
Well,
right.
yeah, except for Pergolum.
Yep.
Pergam, he's fine. One ear.
Like the innocents and
Yeah.
anybody else, like the scrap rats and folks. Yep.
So, you guys are all just kind of like hunkering down for the night, finding a spot to sleep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Before we sleep,
Oh, yeah.
I just want to quickly give Grizzle Vigilant Blessing again.
Cool.
Cool.
What is that's bonus to
Advantage on initiative.
Advantage on initiative. Cool.
I think it's worth
I'm
giving
gonna-
you before we go to sleep in case something happens.
Yeah, perfect. I appreciate that. Before, like, I'm gonna wait for everyone to sort of settle down, and we're all like, the expectation is that we're going to sleep. Grizzle will sleep outside. Being Goblin, he's totally cool with that. But he wants to like tentatively like reach out to Lomasar.
Yes. Yes.
I can't believe I said that.
Yes.
Why are
The
you yesing?
redemption-
Stop your yesing.
The
Emily.
redemption she always deserved.
Stop
Alright.
your yesing.
Yes.
So,
That's the opposite of stopping.
all right. So, Grizzle, you like tentatively, again, feeling very conflicted about this whole thing based on like
Yes.
everything you've read and studied in that book, everything you know about Lomasar from your whole life leading up until the last, few days.
Yeah.
But believing what you've experienced between what this mayor has told you, what Jinx read in the book, and what you saw in that Hall of Mirrors, you figure it's worth a shot. So, give me a religion check at advantage as you're sending this out with all of the information that you've obtained today. Okay, you really wanted to roll a 13. I get it. I'll give you disadvantage.
Fine.
So,
B for boobas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you send out this kind of like probing thought, this kind of almost aimless prayer.
Are you there, Lomasar? It's me, Margaret.
And you get this impression, this presence, very much akin to that connection you felt with Astari when you reached out to her. And it's just kind of this like quizzical sense. You get the sense that it may be like waiting for more from you.
Okay.
Like if there's more
Ah.
you're saying, more you're conveying, or what. But you think there's a connection currently.
Whew. Hello? Lomasar? If you're out there, my name is Grizzle, and oh boy, I guess, I I was alive a long time ago, and I guess I died. And when I was alive a long time ago, I used to pray to Astari, but I guess now Astari's a different thing, and I'm trying to pray to you.
Ah, I see. You.
Like she actually responds.
Mhm.
Yeah, people who might be near him, like might hear him, like be like, "You."
You are from long ago.
Yeah.
I can understand why there's some trepidation in reaching out to me then.
Yeah. No disrespect, but yeah. Back in my time, you didn't have a good reputation, but apparently that's changed now.
Yes. Yes. I can assure you that what I oversaw then is very different than what I stand for now. I've chosen these things. And you again have that like however Grizzle like would visualize logic, reason, order, wisdom, law, truth. You just kind of see those like images like flash, and you just hear, that is what I choose to stand for. I chose my future. My past was not my own. The future is. You must choose what's right for you. And you just feel like the presence is gone.
Oh. Well, that was very unexpected there. Oh boy. He just sort of like kind of looks to just sort of see if like anybody like saw or heard. And then he'll curl up and try to go to sleep. One hand on his rapier.
Is that what we're calling it now? Jeez, Grizzle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kivash doesn't sleep right away. He kind of sits up for most of the night, just a blank stare off at nothing, just contemplating everything he learned today about the gods and Bodrin, and having to see his past lived out before him again, and feeling like his entire like life growing up might have been deceived. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And then he'll eventually fall asleep.
Okay. Not doing any like active reaching out though, just kind of like drifting off with those thoughts, right?
He's still very much like a shell shocked, as in sort of like a no, he couldn't have just left his mantle. That he wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. So, you guys all kind of find your respective rest. The rest of you are all sleeping in the house.
Yes.
Found a spot to curl up, I think. Grizzle, can I get a perception check from you? Just as the
Yeah.
Only person sleeping outside. Perfect.
Still sleeping.
Uh,
And it's so nice out here. No one's waking me up, no noises.
at some point in the night, Grizzle, you like aren't sure if you dream it or if it happened, but you hear this like deep guttural voice
Uh-oh.
beside your head. You smell a bit better now. And you just like, when you wake up in the morning, there's just like a pool of like drool on the side
that-
of your face.
Was that steak? Jesus. Fuck. Ah. Boogeyman.
That's
Like,
terrifying.
No, so much
Yes.
better, and then like slobbers on your face.
Oh god. That's like worse than like waking up and someone's staring at you.
That's terrifying.
Oh. Yeah, when he comes to and realizes that like it's not a dream, like he's like looking around, like what's going on?
Yeah.
He hasn't even
And, like-
wiped his face off.
Yeah. As you like go to like pick yourself up, you like put your hand down to like push yourself up out of the dirt, and your hand is in like a paw print that's like, 2-3 times the size of your hand. You're like, oh shit. Super wasn't a dream.
Oh. Okay. Brown pants. Gotta buy brown pants.
All right. So what we're gonna do is we'll call it there as you guys kind of all mark off your long rest.
Well, level
And-
the fourth. And then,
You're not leveling to 4th yet, you bunch of greedy bastards.
Only the 20th? Oh my god, you're so nice. Now we can go back and kill everybody in that town.
I will tell you because you guys, will be jonesing for it forever if I don't. Once you deal with Duskshore, one way or another, that is the milestone.
for
Well, that feels like-
fourth?
That seems like a massive
Oh.
milestone. Holy
Deal with
shit.
Duskshore.
I thought that was gonna be like the 6th level milestone or the 7th
Right
level
though? Same
milestone.
though. Jesus.
Oh.
Ignoring might be
God.
considered
For
dealing with it.
4?
Murder an entire town, and you can have a level.
I didn't tell you to murder an
Wow.
entire town. There
How the
was
fuck
one
else are you supposed to
specific
deal with a
mission.
town full of fucking criminals.
I distinctly
was-
heard murder the entire town except for Perglum.
Look.
Perglum?
I was told
Fucking
next
girl.
time we would come back here that we would be killing everyone.
I agree.
However you guys want to approach the situation may influence the difficulty. I don't know. Pretty sure Butters told you to kill Kagra.
Yeah, but we have to
Everyone.
get to
He
her.
He said the word everyone wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a weird
That'll
accent.
be a
It's like an
surgical strike.
inflection.
I mean, he also said that he would send word to his people and get you some assistance. Maybe if you guys inquire as to what that is, you'll find out how to get to
I
Kagra.
mean, Butters
I will
doesn't
tell
even
you
us
that a
his
4th
name.
level is a lot of assistance.
True though.
I'd feel assisted.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see what you guys get up to next session, and we'll see where you fall. Maybe you guys will come up with
Butter-
something creative that will inspire me to move the milestone.
Ooh.
Hey, Butters, do you have a 4th level hidden around the house somewhere?
It's on the bookshelf. It was actually in that
Perfect.
paint can that smoked you in the face.
Oh man, son of a! You gotta label your paint cans better.
Yeah, the problem was when it hit you, it all drained out on the stairs.
Exactly. If I would have known, I would have. Oh man.
All right. Well, I hope everyone had a good time this evening. Thank you for hanging out with us. And we will see you guys on Tuesday. Not tomorrow.
Next
a
Tuesday.
week
Next
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
For Finders. To see what that crazy gang is going to get up to.
I want them to see the new Lomasar.
And it's our
You
last.
want it? Okay, hold on.
It's the last session with KB.
Last
Can
session
we
was
show
KB.
them? I want to show you guys the new Lomasar now that
Alright.
she's all like pretty and she's nice.
You gonna show it in the game?
Yep. Give me a second.
So she represents like wisdom and law, truth, reason, order, logic, all those things.
Very true.
Who represents vengeance? 'Cause
Vengeance?
Vengeance, because that Astari, that was part of her portfolio, but
Yeah.
it seemed to be missing from Lomasar.
Yeah. So, vengeance specifically. No, Orthus doesn't have vengeance.
I don't think there is like a retribution or like
No.
there's
Like-
no like smiting.
Righting the wrongs. Who would that be?
Well, that would be law.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Lomasar's portfolio, out of all the ones you told me about, seemed to be the closest.
Yeah.
But,
But
like,
again,
Astari-
remember, they picked the things that they wanted to
Yeah.
represent.
Nobody wanted.
Lomosar didn't want retribution, and
Mhm.
Yeah.
Bodrin didn't want retribution because it supports the notion that someone did something wrong and that there should be some sense of justice. He
Mm.
just wants obedience.
Mhm.
All right, here you go. Bam, new Lomosar.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she's so pretty.
I like the henna.
Look at her little nose freckles.
I know she's so cute.
I like the headpiece thing.
Yeah, it stayed from the old art.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it looks very
Yeah.
good.
She's so
Okay,
pretty.
good
Hot tip, Stacy.
Not
For
quite so. Not quite so nasty.
No.
all right,
night.
What?
Goodbye.
bye, Godo. All right, thanks everyone.
Bye.
Have a good
Thanks,
night. See you next Tuesday.
everyone.
Take care, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
Night, everybody.